that's very dark. It looks a lot lighter in here. Hold on a minute. I can't tell until I go live. It doesn't show you my image on the screen. Oh, and that won't make any difference whatsoever. We'll see how we get on. I'm not quite sure where I've put the lamp. You know, I think I might have took it to the caravan. No, you're not shagging my leg. Thought I'd put a bit of effort in. You know, no. It's lifetime. Go lie down, darling. So who's with me then? How are we getting on? Happy Friday. Yeah, this picture looks terrible. Hey up, Michael. You all right, me old China? Wagwan. Wagwan. Which translated into English is, what's going on? Or how are you? Hey up, Dave. You all right, me old China? In fact, two of the geezers that I was hoping to speak to first. So I did do a little bit of experimenting. I don't know why I did that. There's no one else involved. So your pistol crossbow. There's a mozzie in here. A flying syringe. Yeah, it won't work. So you are going to need, the tips don't fit. The tips aren't compatible. To anyone else that's watching, I'll just briefly explain, because again, this is an important part of prepping, is being able to defend what you've got and defend yourself and defend your family. Hello, number one, really. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Hello, Alana. And hello, Jordan. You're all right, me old China. Thanks for joining us, guys. Let's have some fun. So that is a crossbow bolt for a multi-shot crossbow, which I'll show you in a minute. And then you've got which is for a normal pistol crossbow, right? So I'll show it over there, look. So if you look at the flight on that one, and then look at the flight on that one. So I was having a bit of a to and fro with Dave and Michael, thinking, but what if we could change the tips so that we can put these on the end, because the multi-shot crossbow is designed to take broadheads. But I tried swapping them over, and it's got the wrong thread, it's got the wrong length, it's got the wrong everything. It's such a shame, such a shame. And I can't find anything like this that will go in a multi-shot crossbow, which it's designed to take. So they must exist. They've got to be out there. Let me make sure I don't get these wrong. Look at this bastard. Let's have some of this. Look at that. And this has got 7 bolts in it. And as I've only had a bit of a mess around with it. So as you can see, You can't, there you go, look. As you can see, it's shaped to take broadhead tips. So it does take them. They will fit. But I have had a bit of practice with this. Now, and I've extended the arm as well. There is a bit of, oh, I'm sorry. Is that intimidating you? Stop waving that thing at me. That's how we used to say. And another thing is that this isn't as powerful as this. So this is something like, I think it's something like 250 feet per second with this. I think this is about, I can't remember now, but it's significantly less. So where you are improving as far as time's concerned, because with this, you've got to cock it, put a bolt in, put it back up, take the safety off, fire, cock, grow up, Terry, bolt, safety, fire. A lot of fucking about. Whereas with this, it is possible if you get a bit of practice in, you can cock it with this. So you can cock it whilst it's under your arm. That hurt. Cock it whilst it's under your arm. It is doable. I've seen it done. And then you back up, safety off, fire. Cock it under your arm, back up, safety off, fire. Saves so much time until you've used all 7 of them up. So just hope that there's not 8 of them. And it's so easy to reload as well. Unbelievably easy to reload, because you little bastard. I did it earlier on. I had a whole handful and they just all slid in one by one. Again, this is why you should get practice with stuff like this whilst times are calm. That was a stiff one. So that you can become proficient when times are a little bit more stressy. I think one's gone in a bit funny. But yeah, that's a 7-shot pistol crossbow, and it packs a punch. I've done some damage to my punch bag outside because I couldn't be asked to get the target out. And that punch bag I've made sure I don't know if I told you that I bought loads and loads and loads of sand and I had it upside down. I had to dry the sand out pan by pan by pan by pan. It took days to dry all that sand out so that it would just pour inside the leather casing of the punch bag. So I had a firmer punch bag. I pulled it off in the end. Hold on, let me go back. That Mozzie is sent by the CIA. Yeah, bastards. And Gilly Bates. Again, we live in a world full of mad scientists, mad fucked up crazy scientists. Oh, what else can we do? They said we can do whatever we want as long as it fucks people up. Hello, Universal and Positive. Oh, you sound like you're going to fit right in. because we're a right bunch of miserable bastards, like proper miserable. You know, if you were feeling happy, if you've had a happy day, I'm going to ruin that. Only kidding. Welcome to the live stream, my friend. Much love. Yeah, I've got quite a lot of food shop haul videos, but I have covered pretty much every single aspect of city prepping in all those videos. They're just not in any particular order, so you just have to scroll through. And hopefully I've been very specific on the title of each video. It shouldn't make it too difficult. But yeah, welcome. Thank you for joining us, my friend. That's poo. AliExpress has loads of different heads. Like Wurzel Gummidge. Not had a chance to get in any yet, but we'll let you know if I find any that are compatible, mate. Nice one, Dave. Much appreciated. I love my multi-shot. Cross Shot UK do quick loaders. Yeah, they're impressive. It's like they're a lot more pricey. I have spotted you, Lana. Hope you're all right, sweetheart. And thank you for joining us. Yeah, well, when I strung that one, it was a job and a half. Really, really, really challenging, you know, to the point where I thought, oh fuck. You know, I was like, oh, should I put it in the bin? These, because they're so tough. Thinking, what can I use to smash this fucking thing up? Waste the money. And then I've got to manage to get the string on without a stringer. Whereas this multi-shot came with a stringer. And I'd never used one before. So I've strung both of my pistol crossbows up without a stringer. And yeah, it was challenging. It was hard, but I did it. So that was the first time I'd ever used a stringer. And every single YouTube video that I saw on how to use this stringer properly still didn't make any sense to me whatsoever. None. Dave didn't have a fucking problem. Michael didn't have a problem. Just little Terry here. So I ended up trapping the stringer into the actual string itself. So, and it was impossible to get it back off again. So I ended up having to get a really sharp pair of scissors and chop up the stringer. A stringer, when I got my first crossbow, I was looking online for just a stringer. I just wanted a stringer because it seemed at the time pretty much impossible to get that string onto that limb. So I was looking for stringers, and I was looking at, you can buy them for proper bows and full size crossbows, but not for pistol ones. Couldn't find them anywhere. To the point where I was thinking, if I could buy a shitload of stringers in, like 100 for pistol crossbows, I could make a mint because they're not available anywhere. So, but I couldn't find one anywhere where they were just sold separately. So I strung it, and then I strung the second one, and then I finally got a crossbow with a stringer and fucked it up. So I finally got hold of a stringer that would string these two up as well. And now it's in about 7 or 8 different pieces. And I still can't get hold of one on its own. Okay, no. Anyway, but they are good fun. Very good fun. I'll email you some pictures of them tomorrow. Yeah, nice one, Dave. Appreciate that. Hello, Ray. I'm here listening, but be in and out of the chat, making a few batches. I thought I said bitches. Thought, how'd you make a bitch? How'd you make a bitch? make her pay for her own dinner on the first date. That's how you make a bitch. But it doesn't say bitches. It says batches of sauerkraut in the kitchen. Yeah, I made one big massive mason jar full of the stuff, and yeah, I fucked up because you need to leave it a crack, don't you? You got to let the gases out that's emitted by the bacteria, the good bacteria, the beneficial bacteria that's in sauerkraut. But I've cleaned everything out and I'm making a fresh start again, try and get it right. So I'm thinking, I'm sure it's not meant to be like dripping off my hands like that, like a green slime, and smelling so bad that I've just thrown up twice all over the dogs. I thought, that's not normal, is it? No, it's not, Terry. So I'll give it another go. Oh, do you like the shirt? Do you like the shirt, Ray? You see, you can be a man and be floral at the same time. It's about being in touch with your feminine side, you know? Hunter virus, another plandemic and pandemic, was an IQ test. Many failed miserably. Yep. Too queer Ahmed. Oh, fuck me, mate. That's a very, very, very challenging username you've got there. Please don't take offense, but is that, are you a gay Asian man? I'm trying to figure it out. Like pink bubble. It's like a bubble. It's pink. Rose hippie guy. I like rose hips because they've got loads of vitamin C in them and they're organic. Right. Okay, mate. Like I said, no offense. Just saying. But as off the back of your comment, one really, really dreadful, shitty, low-end crisis actor did a video from that ship. One. And even his social media accounts, very dodgy. Very. So, and then someone sent me something earlier on that I've not had a chance to look into yet. But again, you know, I was going to say the plot thickens, but it doesn't. It doesn't thicken. It's bullshit. It's more bullshit. I'm just very, very glad that I'm pretty sure that most, if not all, of the people that are listening to this live stream now won't fall for that shit again. You know, it's almost like they're a one-trick pony. They completely lack any creativity. It's like, oh, that pandemic worked. Let's do it again. You know, constantly insulting our fucking intelligence. Right, hold on a minute. Right, so it comes in a PDF file. And I'm not quite sure how to post a PDF file into the chat. I don't know how to do it. But hantavirus is listed as a side effect of Pfizer's COVID shot. Line 27, page 33 of their list. And I've got a list of adverse effects, but it's in PDF form. So it quite possibly could be just a side effect of the jab, because it's extremely rare. How many rats are going to be on a cruise ship, for fuck's sake? They're saying it can only be caught if you like the smell of rat piss and you get right down on the floor and look it up like that. That'll fuck you up. So it's quite rare. And I don't know if anyone remembers a very, very good actor, a good switched on actor. I don't know how he managed to navigate his way through Hollywood, but he managed it just like Mel Gibson did. Gene Hackman's wife died from that, apparently. So that was a high profile death that had a lot of very dodgy, weird fucking things going on about it, right? Loads of questions. Maybe that was a precursor, just to plant the name of that man into the brains of the weak-minded and the feeble. Who knows? Right, hold on. Let me just. You can get the mason jar tops that are silicon, one with one-way valve. Yeah, I saw them on that was why that it was a video that they showed them on a video that made me realise. Do you know what, Terry? What? You really fucked up there, mate. And you can't fuck up sauerkraut. You can't go wrong with it. Only you. And they do look quite appealing, Lana. So yeah, thank you very much. Jars, open them once or twice a day to burp the jars. Yeah, they did say that. Burp. Do you know what? I'd love to hear you burp, Lana. It's not a fetish. It's nothing like that. Nothing weird. I'm not weird. I just can't imagine you burping. But I can imagine that when you do burp, it will register on a Richter scale. Most women are like, excuse me. Excuse me. That's it. But I've met women that have gone, Wah! That's better. It's just jumped a little bit. And it made me jump. I'm making my first fermented food using radish from the garden. Radish is a really good one. It's one of the fastest growing plants, you know, from seed. And again, it's like, it's not really bothered if it doesn't get watered too much. Obviously, you're going to speed up the growth because of the radish in the end. It's nearly all water, you know. So you're going to speed up the growing process. But the turnover of radishes, everyone should be growing radishes. Everyone, you know, even if you're not a massive fan of them, because they're good for you. And if you don't like the actual radish itself, then just plant loads of radish seeds and just microgreen them, because they don't taste quite like the actual radish, and you're still getting all that nutrition, you know, but really, really quick. Is that an ant? I've just had an ant crawl up the fucking screen. I've got absolutely no idea where it came from. But yeah, good on you. Good on you, Michael. I bet you do better than I do. Everyone seems to do better than I do. Even my garden, I got loads and loads of stuff started off, and then put it all outside, and it all got ate. It got ate. I ended up with loads of little stumps. So with loads and loads of stuff, I've had to start all over again. Unbelievable. You'll survive, Michael. You'll be fine, kid. Sheep will comply as always. Do you know what, mate? I'm assuming you're a guy. I think most people would be very surprised at how many people are awake now. Very surprised. However, the problem that we've got, so I'll get back to it. I'll get back to this because this is relevant. It's related to that, right? I think I've always been sort of awake all my life, sort of, you know. But it was just one particular night where, boom, you know, fucking have some of that. And it changed everything. Up was down, left was right. I was inside out. It fucked me up. Now, there were people I know other people that have experienced something almost identical to that. And then there are other people that have sort of like gotten to that very gradually, you know. So they've kind of like had a nice, well, not necessarily a nice run up to it. But for me, it was extremely overwhelming, and couldn't have happened at a worse time. So if that was overwhelming for me, then all of these hundreds of thousands of people in the UK alone, it's going to have affected them probably in a very similar way. So, and I've always said the truth is almost always uncomfortable. So I think what's happened is there's going to be a lot of people out there that have woken up, right? And they've had that fuck moment, and they've just gone and buried their heads in the sand. A combination, in my opinion, of blatant ignorance and absolute fucking cowardice. Cowards. Yes, it does take it can be challenging to know what we know, and having to be able to deal with that and prepare accordingly, and yeah, it can be challenging. It can be tough, but we do it, and along the way we're getting stronger and stronger with it. So we're sort of matching it, you know, as it gets tougher and tougher and tougher. We're sort of just behind it, and we're matching it. We're getting stronger with it. Imagine what you're going to be like in 5 years' time. You know, most of you are formidable fuckers already. They reckon that if you find, say, on an average day, if you find, say, 1 or 2% of people relatable, then that means that between 98 and 99% of people out there aren't going to find you relatable. They're not going to get you. So if you walk into a room with 100 people, there's going to be one maybe 2 people in that room that you're going to be able to connect with. I don't think the stats are that low. I'm just saying. But I also believe that within an hour, maybe an hour and a half, in a room of 100 people, you will gravitate. You'll naturally gravitate towards that man or that woman. You will. Because it's happening. It's happening now. It's happening to us. You know, it is. And then once you've made that connection, there's nothing like it. If ever there was a silver lining that came off the back of COVID, which has fucked everything up, or has it? It's all down to perspective. Has it fucked it up? Has it fucked everything up? No. I think what it's done is it's destroyed the old world. And there's the possibility of a blank canvas there. It's about who gets to paint on that canvas, us or them. But yeah, I do think there's a lot more people that are awake now, a hell of a lot. But I think a lot of them have found it so overwhelming. Imagine coming out of your bubble when everything's just been normal, whatever the fuck normal is, you know, and they've just kind of just gone along in life, you know, wake up, go to work, come home, eat, sleep, repeat. Watch shit on telly, eat crap. And then all of a sudden, everything you knew or everything you thought you knew was all wrong. It's like having your entire life snatched out of your hands and then that forced into your hands. That is reality. And it's too much for so many people. I do think that. So it could feel like there's a bit of a lull, you know. But eventually these people are going to come around. They can't keep their heads buried forever. They can't. Yeah, we've got built-in survival mechanisms that if I kept my head buried in the sand for say 5-10 minutes, my mind would be doing somersaults. I'd be thinking, whilst I'm down here, a big hairy biker could come along and fuck me. Like that. You know, you can't keep your head. I don't know why I gave that as an analogy. I do apologize. Bit early. Oh man. So eventually not all of them, some people are going to feel crippled by this shit. And I mean permanently fucked. And when you think about that, you should maybe consider reflecting on that and realizing just how far you've come and how strong you are. You know? Be proud of yourselves. I like weird. Oh, yeah. Are you one of them, Ray? You one of them? Right. Terry. What are you doing, Ray? I'm just going to put some handcuffs on you. Is it comfortable? Yeah. Yeah, it's all right. Now the other one. Is that comfortable, Terry? Yeah, it's all right. And then you start smashing me in the face like that. Say my name. Say my name. Say my name. Are you freaky? Are you freaky, Ray? Because I'm more of a traditionalist, me, you know. I'm more of a sensual lover. I do rough, you know, if it's appropriate. You got to know your partner. You got to know him. You see, there's some crazy bitches out there. Very, very crazy. When I was in my teens, there was a girl. It was one of my sister's friends. And she asked me to rape her. You know? So that didn't last very long. I'm not into weird fucking shit. I don't mind having a bit of fun and zhuzhing it up a little bit, you know. There's nothing wrong with that. I think you've got to try and keep. I think when you're in a relationship or when you're married, you've got to keep that. You can't get closer to each other than being connected like that. That's why they call it making love. Because it does, you know, it brings you together. But yeah, I'm more sensual, you know, and tease. I like to fucking tease, you know. Most blokes are selfish. Like, I can't fucking wait to. I'm a patient man when it comes to stuff like that. I'm very considerate, you know. But there are some freaky women out there, very freaky. And a very, very long time ago, there was a woman that, you know, harder. I'm like, they're going to come off of my fucking hands. So I don't mind a little bit of experimentation. You know, I'm not boring, but I don't like anything too freaky. You come into the bedroom with a strap on, I'm going to knock you out. No, I wouldn't knock you out. I would just say, can you take that off, please? Manners maketh man. Always try and be polite to start off with. Well, if you carried on coming at me, yeah, I don't like the idea of a woman wearing a strap on. That's not very nice at all. It's all wrong. It's all wrong. Let's talk about radishes. I think a lot more people will see through the next pandemic this time around. So do I, but it depends on what sort of angle that they come in at. It does seem like they're using the same playbook again, because there was a cruise ship involved in the last one. Mr. and Mrs. saying, yeah, there's a few people that are ill. They're a bit ill, aren't they? Yeah, they're really ill. But what? Look, everyone's got a fucking mobile phone now. Everyone. And so many people are addicted to their Black Mirror device. So it wasn't a massive cruise ship, but let's just say, for argument's sake, there's, say, 500 people on there. One man crying his eyes out like a little fucking bitch. You know, if I was on there, I'd be like, yeah, I'm all right. Because everyone's heard of this ship now all around the world. And then there's loads of people that love the idea of making a viral video. Yet no one said anything. There's very little coming out of that at all. You know, people should be thinking, that's odd. Why has there only been one bloke? Well, there's two actually, but both are, you know, there's something not quite right. Anyway. Which is a great crop to fill gaps amongst other plants and grow slower. Yeah. Honestly, I can't speak highly enough of radishes. I grow them every year. Radishes, you just can't go wrong with them, you know, unless you're just some sort of toxic radioactive mess walking around that should be dead, that kills everything you touch. Then, but even then, radishes would be like, oh, fuck it, I'm all right. Radishes and garlic, two of the easiest things you can ever grow. Ike woke me up in the early 90s. Oh. Lana. What? David, do you know what fucking time it is? It's 3 in the fucking morning. Yes, but Lorna, I need to tell you about the lizards. If you don't shut your fucking mouth, I'll knock your teeth out, you cunt. Was it like that, Lorna? Was he spooning you? Oh my God. Anyway, those asleep dream, those awake act upon the dream. I like that, Jordan. That's lovely. Yeah. And we are the dreamers of the dream. True, it's your energy aligning with certain people you gravitate to. Yeah, as in the room full of people. Yeah, we've got sensors that we haven't got names for, we haven't got scientific explanations for. It's not written down in a textbook how it happens, and we're incredible. We are incredible. And I go on the average day, I go for a walk, you know, to the shop or whatever, I go into town and I just look around and I'm so fucking disappointed. All that potential. Anyway. Hey, Rosa, you all right, darling? How you doing? Is it Rosa or is it Chelsea? I'm assuming it's Rosa. Definitely 2020 was extremely divisive and a turning point in history. It woke up a lot more people and it's still causing divisions. It is, and it will continue to do, because it like I've said before, imagine like a body of water that's like a mirror, and then one drop of water, and then you end up with that goes out like that. I think that was very, very similar. It had an impact. It sent a fucking tsunami out, but with shockwave after shockwave after shockwave. It changed everything. Everything. And yet there are still people out there that are thinking it's going to go back to 2018. I can feel it's going back to 2018 already. Can you? Yeah, I can, yeah. It's never going to go back to the way it was. Never. Never. But it is possible that it could go back to better than it's ever been, but it's going to be hard to get to that point. Hell, even. You're feeling a little freaky tonight. I always feel a little bit freaky, you know, because I am. I would be considered to be a freak by some because of my views. Now, that's another thing about people like me, like many of you guys. You'll remember Freddie Starr. So Freddie Starr, a lot of people would be, it's like, oh, we'll get so many people watching this. You know, the ratings will be like, if we have him on, but fucking hell, is it worth the risk? Because he was so unpredictable. But it's a similar principle for people like me and people like you going to parties, because some people know I'm in the room. They know I'm in the room because I'm lively and I've got good communication skills, you know. But if I corner you, my timing's not always great. And I think that can intimidate and put people off being around you, because what people like me and a lot of you guys do is hypothetically get their heads and point them towards the truth. And the truth is usually pretty rough. They don't like that. They don't like that and they don't want that. You know? No. Let's put EastEnders on or something. Anything. You know? Because we're all about the truth. The truth. Not much else matters. Whereas when you're trying to put the truth across to people that are still asleep or just coming around, it just fucks up with their entire world, because they've had a lifetime of indoctrination and brainwashing and programming. School, telly, you know? So you show them something different that's the truth. And remember, and this is the truth. Ironically, this is the truth. Truth has a resonance. You feel it. You know when someone's being completely honest. You know when someone's telling you the truth. You feel it if you're open enough. It's possible to be completely wide open without being vulnerable. You're feeling a little freaky tonight. Was that chicken? Crisis actors, deadbeat, boat lol. Yeah, it's so, again, you feel the truth. The truth resonates with you. So whenever I've seen a crisis actor, I've just sat back and I thought, what the fuck is this? So my suspicion radar has gone off the charts. I was calling bullshit on this straight away. And I know most of you did as well. Hopefully all of you, or anyone that's listening right now, you know, some could say that they're just getting a bit desperate now, you know. Let's just what we're gonna let's try another pandemic. Do another one of them. Yeah, but we've done that. I know, but we've got to come up with something. It's got to be big. Because I think herding us towards a famine is probably going to hit them a lot harder than anything else. They've got to steer this ship very, very, very carefully. Because all the blame in this country will be aimed at Westminster and the Lords. And rightfully so, for most people that don't know who's above them and above them and above them and above them. But it's a start. Oh yeah, plus UFO files released today. I know. Oh my god, you know, it's just this. It's mad, really, because there's a big chunk of me that's quite looking forward to seeing what they've got. Honestly, you know, I'm really excited. Just to see what they've got in store, what sort of holographic technology and the weaponry. Yeah, I'm very, very, very curious. So there's part of me that can't wait to see that shit. Can't wait. You've seen what they can do with drones. Did anyone watch the Chinese New Year? Look at what they can do with a drone swarm. Incredible stuff. They can make anything appear to be real in the sky. Anything, and then some. Yeah, you start talking to people about Project Bluebeam. It's like, you're like, it don't matter. It don't matter. Go back to sleep. Shh, 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 shh. Yeah. You're better off asleep, because otherwise you're just going to get in our fucking way. So I am very, very, very curious as to what they've got in store, and they are pushing it harder and harder and harder. And all of those scientists that were murdered and disappeared and all that, were they murdered and disappeared like the crew from that space shuttle? That they all right? Look, I'm hoping that someone knows what I'm talking about here. Let me just make sure I catch up. Freddie Starr ate my hamster. I was a massive Freddie Starr fan. Massive. You know, I like loose cannons with big hearts. Forgive me if I have already shared this with you. The cashier at my local supermarket, who is also a prepper, told me that a lot more people of all ages and genders are now starting to prep. Yeah, you did tell me, Alana. And I remember saying to you that if he's a prepper, I suppose it doesn't really matter if no one knows where you live, you know. But I just think prepping it's got to be super, 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 super discreet. Otherwise, it'll bite you in the arse. But that is very reassuring, Alana. It is reassuring. And I'm seeing lots of little signs and stuff here and there that are indicating that people are coming around. Like I said earlier on, you know, not far into the live stream, I do think that there's a shitload of people that have woken up, but there's a lot of those people have gone into denial mode. But that's not a permanent state of mind to be in. They can't stay like that. They won't stay like that. So it is reassuring. But then I knew that was going to happen, and I think you did as well. It was inevitable. Yeah, exactly, Michael. I come in peace. You go in pieces. But you know, like I mean, Lana mentioned a while back that they could literally mimic an alien invasion by having holograms. Anyway, again, look, there could be people that have just happened across this live stream thinking, what the fuck are these people talking about? And that's just another example of what we're up against. People not taking us seriously. Of having very, very convincing very convincing motherships entering the atmosphere and then seeming to fire, blow shit up, shooting shit, you know, destroying stuff, unless it's got a blue roof. And it will just look like it's coming from this alien UFO. So when people have said, yeah, it was me and Dorothy, and we were out in the Arizona desert, and we were just looking up at the sky, and we saw this big triangle, motherfucking triangle, just flying. This thing was huge. It was like 13 or 14 football pitches, wasn't it? Yeah, honey. Yeah, it was. It was fucking huge, man. Blocked out all the stars. That could have been, all of these things could have been holograms, you know? And the Roswell crash, the Germans were working on UFO and anti-gravity technology nearly 100 years ago. And then Operation Paperclip brought them all over to America to continue with their work. So Roswell was it was a fucked up test flight. That's all it was. Blue beam technology, yeah. And we all see it coming. The fluoride's there. We like that one, mate. You're fitting right in. We love that because it's so true. Stay away from the fluoride because it will prevent your mind from opening up like a lotus. Yeah, 7 on space shuttle. Yeah, I'm glad someone knows what I'm talking about because I've forgot what I was talking about. Now I've come back onto it. So almost the entire crew have been tracked down. The entire crew that died have been tracked down. So you look at them today, and then a photo of what they look like today, and a photo of what they look like then, and then work out how many years has elapsed. They would look like that, and the names are the same. Now, to find one, it's unusual. 2, 7 from the same fucking flight. So all of these, maybe not all of them. I'm just saying, but I do think that there's something very, very fishy about all of these scientists disappearing and getting murdered. Very fishy. Just part of the program. That's all it is. But I do believe anti-gravity exists. I believe that 0 point energy exists. I don't just believe 0 point energy exists. I fucking know it does. And so do you. What do you think lightning is? What do you think the ether is? It's pure energy. It's just that we've not got the equipment, really. Some people will have, but they've kept quiet because they've like, oh, there's someone else. There's someone else here that's found this as well. I'm not on my own. Oh, he was murdered. Oh, oof. But there is someone else here that managed to. Oh, they were murdered as well. Well, I think I'll keep quiet about this in my garage. So still alive after exploding until it hit the water a couple of 100 miles per hour. Yeah, I know. And then the Artemis 2. Anyone that believes that a crew of humans left this world, went round the moon, came back again, and then splashed down, give your fucking head a wobble. I'm thinking they will use blue beam to either do the UFO invasion or our krat firing through the holograms. What's krat firing? That sounds disgusting. I'm so sorry, Lana. Was it a typo, darling? Or was it the right word? I don't know. I've just never heard of it. Crap firing. Or is it rat firing? And you've just added a C by mistake. Is C next to... Because I like rats. And possibly fake a Rapturito. That sounds like a really dangerous Spanish dish or Mexican dish. Right. So sorry, Lana. Fake a rapture to demoralize those who believe but don't get raptured. Yes. I never ever thought of that. But religion is definitely something they're attacking. And they're going to want to try and make us... They need to get as much out of a crisis as they possibly can. Squeeze as much as they can out of a crisis. So it would make pure sense to do that. Because there are still a lot of people out there that believe the Bible word for word. And I can't get my fucking head around that, you know. Sort your fucking shit out. If that happened, it would cause mass panic. It would, and that's what they want. Fear, 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 fear. Their number one weapon, without a single bullet being fired, is propaganda and fear. And this is why I say no fear. Don't allow it in. If you feel it creeping in, fuck it off. It's normal to feel low sometimes. It's normal to get anxious sometimes. I do. It's normal. We're not living through normal times. We're living through a transitional period, the biggest one that possibly this world's ever seen. So it can take its toll on a few people, you know. But fear, that's a completely different animal. Fear and anxiety are completely different. If fear and anxiety were the same, it would be called fear, or it would be called anxiety. They're both different. So don't allow fear into your heart ever. It will just get in the way. I did know what you meant, Lon. I'm sorry. I like fucking with you. If you look at North and South Korea on Google Maps, you will see a lot of buildings with blue roofs. Interesting. See, there's something in it. Bit of blue for dads. And they're not shy about wiping out cities. They're not bothered. They've done it before. Because there's a serious land grab thing going on, you know. I'll have to look into that, Michael, because that's really got me interested, very interested. The frequency of that blue is 666. Fucking hell. And isn't it ironic that you've both got your names emboldened in blue and you've got a blue shield? I didn't know that, Lana. That's quite a head fuck. Some of the Challenger crew now promoted to top paying jobs haven't even bothered to change their names. So arrogant. Yeah, exactly. You couldn't make it up. You couldn't make it up. So I believe that it's something very, very, very similar has happened. I believe it's something very similar has happened with these scientists, these missing scientists and murdered scientists and stuff like that. You know, all actors. I meant craft. Ah, right. Okay, Lana. Bit behind, darling. Sorry. Ethernet, worldwide net to harness Earth's energy. Yeah, and that's what the... Hold on, I might need to turn my phone off because it's very distracting. Okay, now I'll tell you what, we've been live for over an hour. The hour's just gone like that. But yeah, I think you might be onto something there, Jordan. It's and we are the energy. Remember Morpheus in the Matrix. We're this, you know, but instead of sort of maybe, but with us, there's something called loosh. Which I think, from what I've learned and what I've heard and what I've read, is like a spiritual version of adrenochrome. This is why money, pound notes, you know, they're worth nothing. They're worth nothing unless it's earned through your sweat. You give cash value, but even then, that's changing now. That's going to be a thing of the past, because They've got what they want. They've got what they need. And it's time to take control. And I'm very anti that. Hey up, Matty, you all right, matey? Hi, Mr. Hippie Guy. Hope you are well. I'm Sam, mate. I'm doing all right, thanks. And I hope you're doing all right as well, brother. My neighbour been saying it about rats. Put a trap out last night, caught a small one. Felt so bad for the little thing. Need a catch and release trap. I just love rats. I love them so much. You know, I think unless you've had one as a pet, you can never truly appreciate what they're about. And I can't kill anything, but and don't worry, mate. I'm not about to call you a rat murdering cunt because every time I go to the caravan, I have to empty the traps, the mouse traps. You know. And I look at the little faces and I just think, you're so beautiful and I'm so sorry. And the only way around the guilt thing with mouse traps is that I didn't kill it. The trap did. You know, stupid, I know. But again, we have to come up with these coping mechanisms. If you've got a big heart and you love wildlife and nature, you know, we could do with building some like man traps, like big fuck off, like mouse traps, but the size of a man, and just put them all around Westminster. Hey up, Mandy, how you doing, sweetheart? You all right? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us and for all those lovely little kisses. I think phones transmit our energy. I feel more tired while holding my phone. Yeah, I don't know if it transmits our energy, but I do think it interferes with it because we've got a biosphere, like a field of energy. You know, some people have called it an aura. You know, you can walk into a room full of people you don't know, but everyone's like having a bit of a laugh. You'll sense if there's a cunt in there somewhere that just wants trouble. You'll feel it if you're open. And these things, they mess with us. They mess with our field. We're electrical. Loosh, very interesting rabbit hole. It is, mate. Very, very interesting. Again, there's so much we've not got any proof of. But again, if something really, really resonates with you, then chances are it's true. So if someone comes out with something that's ridiculously outlandish, don't shut them down straight away. Feel it. You know, like a fine wine. It's either got notes of cherry and cherry blossom, or it's got that smells like bullshit. You'll know. But you've got to get in tune with yourself. It's all about the self. It is. And that's not selfish, ironically. The Matrix was a documentary. If you know, you know. I like that. And you're absolutely spot on. It was a game changer of a film. There would have been hundreds of thousands of people out there that knew something wasn't quite right and they could never put the finger on it. They could never quite elaborate on it. They just couldn't really explain it properly, express it. That film came out, and so many of us went, yeah, yeah. And it also ties in with the simulation theory, which I believe is the most likely theory of all. I do. And I stand by it. I've always said that, and I stand by that. But it's one of the most complicated ones to try and explain away to anyone that's kind of still a little bit closed up. Yeah, it's a challenging one. But I do lean more towards that. The whole Big Bang Theory and all that. Fucking hell, come on, guys, get a grip, please. Hopefully none of you guys are subscribing to that particular arm of absolute fucking nonsense. You know, it's like, oh, we can't think of a reason. We can't think of how it all started. What about if it just started off as a bang? Like a bang. Because everything's just moving out now. So it must have had a point where it started off. Yeah, let's go with that. I mean, they do say that if you're trying to find an answer or a solution to something, and you've gone down that avenue, we've explored every single possibility, you're left with one that's just absolutely fucking mind-blowingly stupid, likely to be real. You know, think about what you know now and how you think now, and then compare yourself to 10 years ago, 20 years ago. You're almost unrecognizable. I had a girlfriend who had pet rats. I've heard them called a few things, you know. In fact, you know, when I was at school, you know, when you're a young lad, you know, you're immature and stuff like that. We used to shout to pretty girls, "Get your rat out!" Get your rat out. I'm so glad that it doesn't look like an actual rat, because if it did, I'm not going nowhere near that with them fucking teeth. No way. No way. Celibacy it is then, you know? Pet rats, lovely little things, so clever. Yeah, mate, honestly, look at some videos of, I don't know, type something like the intelligence of rats or the affection of rats or anything like that, anything positive, and you'll come up with you'll get a barrage of actual video footage. Fucking hell. Actual video footage of just how incredible they are. You know, people just underestimate them because they're a rodent and seen as a pest. Hold on a minute. I've got a bit sticky down there. Pardon the phrase. Now, when I was a kid, I had a rat. Some of them can be big, very big. And Rolly, yeah, that's what his name was. He was an albino. My first rat, I lived in the attic. Like, when I say I lived in the attic, it's like, you know, I wasn't imprisoned. It was when, you know, terraced houses had three stories, and I had the attic bedroom, and I had a rat called Rolly, which was short for Roland, you know, my generation. And I never kept him in a cage, ever. And he was a kilo. He was a big boy. bollocks like that fucker. He's more bollocks than rat. And Mum, she warned me a few times and said, look, if you don't keep it in its cage, I'll get rid of it. And I don't know why I didn't believe her, but she did. She fucking did. But I used to be able to come home from school. So bearing in mind, my bedroom is the attic bedroom, then a flight of stairs down to the other bedrooms in the bathroom, and then another flight of stairs down into the living room. And I could come home from school, stand at the bottom of the second set of stairs, 2 stories down, and go, that's rat talk. I don't know what I'm saying, but Rolly would hear me, and I'd just wait. And I'd be looking up the top of the stairs, and then I'd see the landing, then I'd see the next set of stairs going round, and I'd see him jump down off another step, jump down onto another step, jump down onto another step, and keep coming down. And then to the top of the next flight of stairs, looking over the top, and then jump down. And then you climb all the way up my trousers legs, all up my school sweater, up onto my shoulder. And she got rid of him. I could give you loads of stories about my mum. She was a cunt. The man trap thing made me laugh, but very true. Yeah, mate, I think it's a great idea. And there's clearly a market for it. No one likes a politician. Tick. No one wants to pay for a politician to live their lavish lifestyles. Tick. And we need to get rid of them. Humanely. No, not humanely. No, scrap that. I knew what you meant, Michael, with the loosh thing. I remember being taught evolution at school, me thinking, load of bollocks. When I was 12 years old. It's mad, Michael, because I think when I was around 12, when I started thinking a lot more like an adult, I still had immaturity about me. I didn't know who I was or who I was going to become or anything. I didn't think like that. But I do remember being quite young, 12, between 12 and 14, really. And staring out the window and just thinking, everything that I need to learn to live life, I'll learn through living life. I'm not getting anything from this. I'm not interested. Left with 0 qualifications, spent more time truant, especially from like 14 onwards, a couple of years, truant nearly all the time. But I always turned up to art, always turned up to English, always turned up to history, always turned up to religious education, even though I'm not religious and never have been. You see, it's all about the teacher. You see, when you learn. See, I've said so many times I've learned so much stuff from you guys. I've learned way more from you than you've learned from me. But that's because of interactions and communicating with each other, inside and outside of the channel. And every now and then you'll learn something from someone, and it'll be something significant. It's like, fucking hell, wow, yeah, never knew that or never thought about that. Now, these days, instead of turning around and saying, yeah, Michael taught me that. Or Lana taught, or Dave taught, or Rosa taught, or sorry if I've missed anyone out, taught me that. Taught. It's like, yeah. Michael was going on about it. Yeah, Lana said something about it. Proper downplayed. When in actual fact, you've been taught. And so anyway, the point I'm trying to make is it's all about the teacher. It's all about the teacher. You know? And I don't think there are any good teachers left anywhere. Active anyway. In any school. They've all gone. I remember get your rat out. Do you, Dave? Oh, thank God for that, because I thought maybe it just might have just been like confined to our school, you know? Get your rat out. It doesn't even look like a rat. But we started loads of trends off. Yeah, it was Roland Rat, Mandy, and yeah, it was. I loved that. You know, it was all right. Yeah, rats are clever. I believe they use rats to find landmines. Yeah, they do, but it's doesn't always work out very well for the rats. But they do use rats for that purpose, to clear fields and stuff of landmines that have been left behind after wars. War's such a cunt. There's just no need for it. It's all about that, you know. And then probably the most devastating war in mankind's history was meant to be the war to end all wars, and God knows how many different countries are being actively demolished as we speak. Trump kind of, it just sort of rhyme with cunt. What a fucking joke. What a joke of a man. Yeah, huge pouched rats can be trained to find mines. Yes, they can. They're so intelligent and so affectionate. But if you're going to get rats, don't get one. You've got to get two. You need to get two. They need to keep each other company. Otherwise, they get depressed. That's what I'm saying there. I would go so far as to say that they are sentient. I think most mammals are, if not all, apart from sheep. Sheep are thick as pig shit. They are. And I've rescued loads on my walks. You know, I've had to tie the girls off because that's another thing. If push really came to shove, I am 100% certain, zero doubt, that these two would bag me a sheep. No problem. Absolutely no problem. You know? But yeah, anyway, I've rescued a few. I had to tie the girls off, and then it's usually because they've got the horns stuck between two fence posts, usually. So from a distance, it probably doesn't look good because I've got to straddle them. And I'm like that. You know? Oh, that's got it. Oh. Oh my God. Rats can distribute their weight evenly so they don't set off set the mind off. That's why they use them. Wow. I didn't know the ins and outs. Well, the rats have cheek pouches. That's why they get that name, mate. That's thrown me. I hated PE at school. Do you know what, Mandy? When I was at school, I had asthma and eczema, and it's quite common to have both of them together. And I'd had it ever since I was a kid. And I used to have it particularly eczema, particularly bad behind my knees, back of my knees. So I would back when you could do this, we could get away with quite a lot back then. You know, I had a job before I left school, just lied about my age. But I used to write, "Please excuse Terry from games as he has eczema on his legs." And they never questioned that because they'd seen it, you know, and it was embarrassing. I don't have it now. I don't have any problems with eczema. I don't really have any issues with asthma anymore. It did make a comeback when Sal died because stress can bring asthma back. But other than that, I don't really have any problems, you know. And I think that the asthma and the eczema were quite likely because of childhood jabs. I think if I'd not had any of those jabs when I was a kid, I wouldn't have had any of these problems. So, but yeah, PE. Yeah, it wasn't really my thing, you know. I'm not really into your typical. I don't watch sports because they're all distractions. Look at this football. Look at this football. Don't look at that over there. You know, we're trying to get all this digital ID thing perfected, you know. Look at the football. Just look at the football. Look at X Factor. Look at EastEnders. Don't look over there. So I think that could be maybe one of the reasons why I've never been interested in watching that many sports. I like watching boxing. I like watching MMA and curling. What a mad bunch, you know. Boxing and MMA, you know, you could kind of get that, right? But then when you throw in curling, Terry. I've learned plenty from this tribe as well. You're all a wealth of information. As a collective, we are, Michael. You know, if there's anything I don't know, you'll know. If there's anything we don't know, Lana will know. If there's anything Lana doesn't know, I don't think there's much that Lana doesn't know. I'm sure there'll be something at some point, you know. I think the only thing would be Teddy. What's it like to be a man? Well, I don't fucking know. Oh man, I've got an appointment coming up soon as well for a testosterone test check. So considering I've only got one bollock because of a malignant teratoma, it's a teratoma. When I was in my early 20s. So you would expect my testosterone level to be like, so you've got dangerously low, normal, and high. And I'm always around here with one bollock. Which is very strange, but I put a lot of that down to a myriad of things, including my supplements and what I eat, and being aware of certain things, and not drinking water straight from the tap, which is full of fucking estrogen. So, not there's anything wrong with estrogen, ladies. I don't want any trouble. I don't want any sort of pre or post menopausal women like just open me, like pissing it down with rain. I go to like nighttime, go to close the windows, and you stood there. Like, what did you say about postmenopausal? You stood underneath the lamppost in the pouring rain with mascara, like just down your face like that, looking up at me. Because women can get like that. They can. Anyway. Oh. Welsh hippie guy. Yeah, Welsh hippie guy. You know? But it wasn't a ram. You know? It was a ewe. I'm not gay. I only fuck female sheep. I'm not sick. You know. Get your mind out the gutter. Barbara. I think that's what I called them all, just to make so it felt right, so I didn't feel so deviant. You know, give it a name, normalize it. Never been into watching any sport, especially sport ball. Yeah, I think again, I do think that sports are just there. They're just there as a distraction, and not only that. So, if in a world where we've got very, very devious, sick, twisted, very powerful people, like, you know, running the world, its economy, everything, the like laws and wars. In fact, that's perfect. Laws and wars. They're going to think, right, we don't want any threats coming our way. We need to maintain complete and total control and dominance over the human race. So how are we going to do it? Right. Well, we'll start off by trying to get as many fit young men and women into the armed forces and then into a meat grinder. And then we'll get the elite of the fittest and healthiest into sports, and then pay them a shit ton of money so that they never leave until they retire. And by then, everyone's lost interest in them. So they tie them up. So these are all potential warriors that could be fighting on our side. You know? But they turn them into, again, this all of this can only happen to shallow people, you know, people without any substance. men and women. So what they're left with are old men like me. But having said that, there are lots of men like me, my age, that can hold their own, but with the added bonus of having a level of maturity about me, about us. Because after 50 years of life, you know, half a century, especially if you've, you know, if you've done a certain degree of suffering throughout that and come through the other side, you're going to be pretty rounded, you know. So I think it's people like that if they fear the last of that generation, the last of our generation. I think we're right up there as far as a threat is concerned to them. And good, you know. Hey Lana, are you still listening? So when I'm not into religion. I don't agree with religion. I would ban religion yesterday if I could. I would, you know. Maybe not ban it, because then that would make me right. Good. If I was to go and ban religion, then that would make me an oppressor, and I'm not an oppressor. If anything, I'll go out of my way to bring the best out of anyone. So I'm the opposite of that. But I'll always be very outspoken about it. And I'll always fight my corner and explain why. You can't just say religion's a load of bollocks, and then they turn around and go, why is it a load of bollocks? And they go, just because it is. All that Jesus stuff and all that Allah and all that fucking shit. That's not really a response. Whereas I can fight my corner. I've got a genuine argument, you know, a genuine defense and offense on that subject. What's that all about, Lana? If anyone would like to read the proper 1991 version of Behold a Pale Horse. Ooh. I'm going to see if there's an audio version of that, Lana. I don't suppose you'd mind having a quick look, so I don't have to fuck about with my phone and that. Because I would love, because I'm not sure if everyone's going to get the significance of that, but it is significant. Thank you, Lana. So, I've always said that I believe in a creator. So someone could turn around to me and say, hold on, right, so you're basically telling me that my religion is a load of fucking bollocks, yet you're saying that you believe in a creator. Now you're telling me that I'm religious and brainwashed. So what's the difference between you and me? And that is a challenging argument. It is. But I can throw loads and loads of facts about how religion came about and how cleverly devised it's been to keep everyone separate and divided. And I can go into great detail on that. But I can't go into great detail about a creator because I can't. What I was going to say to you, Lana, was so when Storm, she's been to the vets a few times, and I thought it was something very, very serious. And I'm a worst case scenario guy. I think I always will be, which makes for a more proficient prepper, really. But I'm also a realist, I don't think, right, we could get what if aliens really exist and they come down and they abduct me, and then they open up this little thing with an array of different sized anal probes. And I'm like, hold on. Come on. I don't fucking roll that way. I'm not into that stuff. And they're like, And you pick up the biggest one like that. So then I'm not going to be, I'm not going to go out and buy the top shelf dog's bollocks chastity belt to fucking avoid that. Because it's never going to happen. I'm a very realistic man. So I prep based on likely situations. Right? Well, I've gone right off topic. I fucked it up. So Storm, I was a worst case scenario kind of guy. And so I opened up to Lana and said that I prayed. But it wasn't sort of like oh, Jesus and blah, 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 blah. And fucking, how many fucking Hail Marys do I need to say? And I don't know. It wasn't anything like that. It was too, Lana said, she didn't judge me at all, But when it's your family, it matters and it worries you. So I didn't pray to God. I didn't pray to Jesus. I prayed to Source. We're all connected, all of us. And again, I can't just sit here and go, and let me prove it to you. This is what, I can't do it. It's a knowing. It's an instinctive thing. Religion is a form of brainwashing. I've not been brainwashed. I don't think I'm brainwashable. Not now. Maybe not ever. I think I've always been my own man. All that, Lana, it really fucking went out the window. It went out the window because it was all leading up to a bit of a gaff, bit of a goof, right? And I was going to say that I am now properly connected, and it's a proper shit. It's shit now. Because it got all sentimental. That are connected with Source. It wasn't worth it. If anything, it got me a bit emotional. I love my girls. Anyway, audiobook, right? Okay, I've got no idea. Right, let me try and I've got to go into my phone to nick that. Because I can't do it from the laptop, I don't think, without it fucking everything up. It makes things a little bit complicated. So just bear with me. You know I don't like messing around with my phone on a live. Turn the volume down, otherwise there'll be an echo. Where is it? So I'm sorry, guys. Bear with me. Right. It's safe to watch later. And thank you for the effort of finding that for me, Lana. I really appreciate that. And I think anyone else that wants to kind of expand their minds a little bit and just, again, it's all about expansion and ascension. That's what all of your life should be based on. And this is what I'm saying when I go out and about, I just feel so fucking disappointed in people. I look around and I just feel disappointed. But again, you don't know who's kind of around where we are without dialogue. We need to keep talking. We've got to open up. We've got to be having conversations with people. Because I do think there's a shitload of people out there that have begun their journey, you know, some more than others. Oh dear, an alien with a strap on. Michael, I've got an extremely vivid imagination, and if you could see what I'm looking at right now in my head, you know, God. Yeah. Actually, that's gone right in my wank bank. And that's possibly like a brand new niche of porn, Michael, that you could maybe start off. If you get your lovely missus to wear an alien mask and just set up a tripod. Oh, I'm so sorry. God, let me just give her a top up and collect myself. Yeah, just give me a minute. Okay, now what the fuck, Terry? Oh, girls, come on. And isn't it ironic, don't you think, that drinking cranberry juice can reduce your chances of getting kidney stones. Or eating too many cranberries can give you them. I thought about something else that was quite profound earlier on as well, right? So I love the Irish accent, as in Ireland, not Northern Ireland. That's a little bit harsh, right? But the Irish accent, it's so soft and lovely. So if you went over to Ireland and you say, for example, you found a dog shit on the pavement, right? If you cut that dog shit up into 3 perfectly equal parts, one of those parts would be a turd of a turd. Michael, you got a light? I've emailed it to you already. Thank you very much, Lana. You are a star. You are a star. Yeah, and hey, Lana, there's no need to shout. Stop shouting. Calm down. Let me give you a back massage. Better? Yeah? Amazing hands, magical hands, you know? Taking a gamble on a Team U night scope. Can't wait for it to arrive. I tell you what, Michael, sorry, Dave, that'll make you a significant guinea pig, really, because I've been after one for a while. The only downside about these night scopes, do you mean for a rifle? Please clarify. If it's for a rifle, the only downside is that depending on how powerful your rifle is, it can just firing a couple of shots off can send your sight off. I'm thinking about getting a laser mounted on this little bad boy, because I don't know if I mentioned this before, but from if you feel like your life is being threatened and you've got the means to defend yourself with some form of weapon, right, legal weapon, then aim for the gut. Aim for the gut. The head's always fucking moving around. I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm gonna fucking kill you. straight for the gut. That the acid in a human gut is so powerful. It's ridiculously corrosive. You know, it has to be. So you fire a crossbow into someone's gut in self-defense, then that acid is going to leak out of their gut into their abdomen, and it'll be horrific. What they've got it coming, you know, fuck about, find out. But yeah, let me know, Dave. I'm very, very curious. No, just a monocular. Yeah, but a monocular can be mounted. You can still mount it. Like, sorry. Whenever I think of the word mount, again, I'm old-fashioned. Darling? Yes, darling? Come hither. I wish to mount you. I want to sire you. I'm not that fucking old-fashioned. Oh, my good God. But yeah, you can. I'm going to head off to get to bed. Oh, good night, Lorna. An early one, sweetheart. Sleep well, and thank you for joining us, and thank you for sending me that audio book, because I'll have a proper listen to that. I think it'll be very, very interesting. Again, look, whether you believe in prophecy or not is almost irrelevant, really, because these sick, twisted fucks are doing everything based on, or a lot of things based on, prophecy and these holy books. And the age of deception, which is what we're going through now, is like one of them. And then you've got the 4 horses of the apocalypse, and that is what Lana means in regards to the pale horse. That's one of the 4 horses of the apocalypse. And if you can, again, I don't believe in prophecy, but there are a lot of people in the world that believe in these books, that believe these books word for word. So even going right back to when Lana was talking about faking a rapture, which is also in the Bible, with aliens and UFOs and stuff like that. So paying attention to certain aspects of religion and the prophetic side of religion will fare you well, because you'll be sort of reading the playbook that they are playing from. I hope that makes sense. I've seen those with the laser mount. Bloody brilliant. Yeah. And you'll look a bit more intimidating as well, you know, especially if you're all ballied up, all in black balaclava, you know, and just this lost, evil look in your eyes. You know, like that. They'll soon fuck off. And you won't have to waste a bolt, you know. I don't have to keep pulling bolts out of people because they're hard to come by. But I would if I had to. We'll defo let you know if any good, mate. How much was it, Dave, if you don't mind me asking? If the monocular is any good, then I'll invest in a set of binoculars for nighttime. Yeah, well, I've got the binoculars. Again, the cheap binoculars. You've got an adjustment underneath. There's a dial underneath it, and you can just, you know, make it clear. But they are fucking amazing, mate. Amazing. And it can be just completely pitch black, so you can't even see your hand in front of your face. But these binoculars are amazing. You can see everything, everything. But because of the glare from the screen coming back on your face, then that face, illuminated face, is coming out, so you'd be spotted. So all you do is get hold of what I call a man snood, right? I've not got one in here, but imagine this. Like that. Like a tube. I've got loads of them. They're brilliant for wild camping. Then you put half of it over your head and then the other half over the top of your night vision binoculars. They won't be able to see you. You'll be completely invisible and you can see everything. But I would like one I would like a sight, a night vision sight for my rifle. Because rabbits come out at night as well, you know, and there's loads down there, and other things that could be considered pests. Them 4 horses must be chomping. I love that, Michael. I love your sense of humour, mate. And they are. Well, I mean, they're all here. They're all kind of doing their thing, but not. You know, it's just being made to look that way. Again, if you can convince millions and millions of people, right, that everything in a book has happened and is to come. Again, look, I'm not slagging off the Bible. I'm just, because there is stuff in there that is very important, and it's been kind of, but I think it's been altered so that it can survive for those who are looking hard enough and have a broad enough peripheral, you know, a deep enough mind to be able to discern, you know, which most readers of the Bible just simply do not have. They have no powers of discernment, and they are, even in the Bible, they're called sheep. I think there are 2 things that someone can call me that I would be instantly pissed off at, animal wise, you know. One's a maggot. You know, if I fucking really hate someone, and hate's a strong word, but I do feel hate, especially for the entire content on her. It's politicians' pay raise debate today, packed, standing room only. A national rape scandal, 3 or 4 people in there. Nobody representing their constituents. I fucking hate politicians, and I fucking hate the police. Policy holders, enforcers, policy enforcers. That's all they are. Hate them. There's real hate. I know the difference between a bit of a dislike and true fucking hatred. So, I don't know where I was going with that. Under 30 quid. Fucking hell. I don't think you're going to get much for that. But yeah, give me an honest review, mate. And because it could still do the job. If I can strap it onto my rifle properly, where the sights would normally go, and just do a bit of practice at night, see how I get on with it. Because I mean, if it's shit, it's 30 quid, but it'll still be useful because it's a monocular, a night vision monocular. So it's still going to be good, a good bit of kit. Again, to anyone else that's skint, just buy food. Just buy food. You won't believe how much rice and beans that you can buy with a tenner, with or 30 quid, you know? It's way more important. I'll tell you another thing I've just invested in. Again, one of my sayings for quite some time now has always been think outside the box, right? Because your politicians are incapable of that. They're incapable. Narcissists and psychopaths are incapable of thinking outside the box properly. They are. Which will give you an edge. And the police are the same. They don't get police in that are over a certain IQ level, because they want subservient people. Yes, men. Yes, women. Right? Weak. Or as they say in Ireland, tick. So thinking outside the box will give you a massive advantage, and I'm all about advantages. So I invested. Let me just make sure I've not missed out. Stay on top all the way. Okay. Hello, Super Lily Lou. You're all right, sweetheart. Thanks for joining us. Sorry I'm late. Hey, a lady is never late. A lady is always just on time. Was out with friends enjoying a meal. Hope I haven't missed too much. Oh man, you missed the ICE agents breaking into my house, gang raping me, and then fucking off. The whole thing took about 4 or 5 minutes. They weren't very good. No stamina. I'm so sorry, Lily. I don't know where that came from, but welcome to the live stream, darling. I'll bring my night scope on our next wild camp. It's not compatible with my rifle scope, though. Typical. It still has its uses, though. Turns night into day. Exactly. So was it designed for a rifle, Michael? I'm glad I got it when I did. I couldn't afford it now. I know the lower end ones are around 300 quid for a rifle. Oh damn it, I always miss the good bits. And it was really good. It was really good, Lily. I didn't even put a fight up, you know? Oh no. Oh God. Oh, anyway, right, yeah. So trying to stay, I've constantly tried to stay ahead of the curve, right? Again, this is a phrase that they've made bad. You know, lockdowns, 2 weeks to flatten the curve, which turned into 2 years. Give them an inch. So quite some time back, just bear with me because I'm leading to something. Again, this is about thinking outside the box. So quite early on, I was looking at gold, and I did a video saying you could pick one of these up for about 200 quid. Now they're about 800 quid on average, right? If you're to sell them, for them to make a profit then, okay? Then gold went, and I was thinking that's not stopping. It plateaus out eventually before it starts to take off again in times like this, right? But I thought I can't afford to keep buying gold at that price. So then I dropped onto silver before everyone else dropped onto silver, and I could get an ounce of silver for 35, 40 quid. And there was at one point only a few months ago where they were about 120 quid. So I did well there. But when I started to see silver going, I dropped onto copper, right? And I did okay there as well. So I bought a kilo of very pure, very fine copper from a very, very world-renowned smelter, right? For 45 quid delivered. And I saw the exact same one, sell on eBay for 202 quid a couple of months later, right? So I look into what the world can't do without, and what is becoming, more scarce for various reasons. And fuel, that's a big one, because diesel is an important part of mining. So it wasn't all about precious metals like gold, silver, and platinum. It was about semi-precious metals that are used in industry and moving into a technological world, especially with all these fucking data centers. And they're bad news. Bad. Nothing good about them. So we're not just talking about individual pure metals either. We're talking about alloys as well, and various other metals that are worth getting, right? So I went from gold to silver to copper, now aluminium. So I'm going to do a little Google search live, right? Because it's something that I'd like to find out myself. I shelled out 9 quid on a can crusher. So you put the can in, pull the lever down, it flattens it right down to about that, right? Another can like that. I don't drink cans. I don't drink pop out of cans. It's very rare I have cans in the house. But I've asked lots of family members and friends to save their cans. Just chuck them in a bin liner. Let me know when it's full. I'll come round, pick them up. Crush, bag, crush, bag, crush, bag. This is all about trying to survive outside of a digital slavery system. It's about trying to find a supplemental income, because they're not just going to get rid of cash overnight. That's not going to happen. It'll be phased out. Right, so bear with me. What is the weight of an empty 500 ml aluminium can? So say 15 grams. How many grams make a kilo?
1 kilogram is 1,000 grams.
Right, so that's a bin liner, maybe a couple of bin liners full of aluminium for a kilo. What is the current spot price on a kilo of aluminium? What is the spot price of a kilo of aluminium in pounds? So that's still a meal or a couple of meals or 3 meals. You could go for 3 days. It's not much, by the way, for a kilo. But all you're doing is going around to someone's house, collecting cans, crushing it, crushing it, crushing it. Not all day long, you know, minimum effort, free money. So at the moment, the spot price is around £2.60 for a kilo. But if you look at, let me give you an example. So don't be put off by that. Again, this is very prepping related. What is the current spot price of a kilo of copper? Right. Right. £7.75 is the spot price for a kilo of copper. Now you go on eBay and a kilo of copper will sell for 30 quid. No problem. No problem. And that's the cheap copper, that where someone's just got hold of a load of copper wires because people have been going out robbing cables, and they've stripped them. They've got the copper and they've melted it down. They've took it round to someone and gone, got all this for you. I know that you melt it down. How much do you want to give me for it? It's not worth much to me, mate. Not really interested. I'll give you a tenner. It's worth more than that. Well, take it somewhere else then. All right, I'll take a tenner. Then you sell that, you melt that down using 3 quid's worth of energy, maybe a bit more. It works out cheaper when it's made up to temperature and kept at temperature. That's a lot easier than getting it up to that temperature, right? So averaging out £3 for the energy required to make that kilo of copper into a bar from wire cables, and then sell it for 30 quid. Now, copper, like silver and like gold, has just plateaued temporarily. Aluminium is the same. It's just plateaued temporarily. And what the spot price is on Google and what the spot price will be if you took it to a scrapyard will be very different. So potentially, when the shit hits the fan, that can crusher will pay for itself in a month. So anything after that month, with the price of aluminium climbing and climbing and climbing, anything after that first month is all gravy. Just for one thing that you can just screw into your wall for less than a tenner. Open up as many avenues as you possibly can to get by. My hat's still at your... my hat's still at your place. Well, I'll come round and grab it, you know. Those ICE agents have just left me frustrated. It was selfish. It was selfish sex, you know. No fucking reach around, nothing. So I'll come round and take it out on you. So sorry. Oh my God. I do apologise, Lily. Right. Yeah, my night scope is shock dampered and they're made for rifles. It's not compatible with the copperhead scopes. I have a copperhead scope. What's the odds, mate? I know. Yeah, well, I haven't got a copperhead scope. None of them. I've got 3 scopes, and anyway, so it might work. So I'll tell you what, mate. I would be interested in buying that off you if you're prepared to sell it. Because if you can't use that on your rifle, then it's essentially just a monocular, a night vision monocular. That's all it is. It's no use on a rifle. And Dave has sent off for a monocular off Temu for 30 quid. So, you know, I might be able to put that to some good use. So we'll chat outside of the chat and let me know what you paid for it, what you want for it. I'll take it off your hands and I'll take the risk of whether or not it's going to be compatible with any of the stuff I've got, you know? Or don't. I don't, you know, I don't want to. Yeah. Have a think about it, mate. Just curious, that's all. Molly Bedunum. Molly Bedenham. I've never ever heard of that, mate, and I can't even pronounce it. I literally can't, you know, sound intelligent whilst reading the scientific name of that particular metal. I'm assuming it's a metal. Might be one to stack if you can find a source for a decent price. Used in a fair few alloys. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Look at essential metals. Essential. And then just try and get the absolute best price you can possibly get. You know, hunt around. And the best place to buy copper from would be places like Cardiff Gold. You know, that's where I got some of my copper from, because you're getting the real dog's bollocks purity, and you're not paying. They're not overcharging you. It's when you go on eBay you start to get overcharged because it's full of people that are in it that don't know what they're doing. There are still people buying fake silver Britannias on there. Oh, I'm sorted now. Oh, I'm such a relief. I've turned all of my savings. I've turned all of my inheritance, hundreds of thousands of pounds. I've turned it all into silver. And silver's never going to depreciate. I don't know why I have to do a gay man you know, because I really struggle to spend any significant time around effeminate men, you know. They just fucking suck the life out of you. I probably could have picked a better term than that. They just drain you. There's no other way, is there? There's no way. Yeah, they exhaust me. They exhaust me. Again, I'm not a homophobe, you know. If it's real love, it's real love, and the world needs more love. But yeah, I'll look into that, Dave. My most expensive bike. Do you frequent, or did you frequent the red light district in your area, Dave? I'm so sorry, mate. I'm just an innuendo machine, you know, and it's not. Sometimes it's been so fucking inappropriate. My timing's been so off, man. Oh my god. There is a filter, but I think it's a very specific one. And anyway, had a Molly. You trying to fuck me up, Dave, or what? It had that alloy frame, was super light. Ah, right, okay, yeah. So like potentially a poor man's titanium, because titanium is ridiculously strong, yet it weighs next to nothing. So if you go wild camping or anything like that, and you need to be carrying a lot on your back, and you can afford it, by titanium. Anything that's metal, by titanium. It's good shit. It really is. In fact, you see, this is what I'm saying. I'm not about wealth, and as in money and owning loads of stuff and check out my house and all. I'm not like that, and I never have been. I'm not a materialistic man. So for mine and Sal's wedding, I picked a silver wedding ring, but one ring keeps going around. It goes around the other ring. So I'm rotating my ring. Sally's ring will be around for tens of thousands of years, because Sally's wedding ring is made from pure titanium. Anyway, where am I? I'm off. Good night, Jordan. If I've missed you, it was pointless. But if I haven't, good night, brother. And you know, hopefully you'll watch the rest of the live tomorrow, or at some other point. But thanks for joining us, my friend. Take care, Jay. Yeah. Where do you take all the cans? To a scrapyard. Any scrapyard. And it's going to be... If you think scrapyards are relatively scarce, relatively, at the moment, there's going to be more and more and more and more of them. So you'll find one that's going to be a bit more local to you. And again, people will start thinking, to get to my local scrapyard is going to cost me at the price of fucking diesel right now. It's going to cost me about £2 to get there and back. maybe £3, and I'm going to get a fiver for it. Fuck it. But if you've got a car, you can save those cans up to make it worth your while when there's going to be even more scrapyards around. Just time. But as we get more and more and more priced out of being able to own and run a vehicle, then people are going to start moving back to push bikes, bicycles, and e-bikes. So again, learning how to repair bikes is going to be a highly sought after skill moving forward, because they're going to try and put as much of a fucking stranglehold on humanity as they possibly can. They're going to pull out all the fucking stops. So learning to fix bikes, and then use that bike with a couple of bin liners hanging off your back. You'll figure it out. Ride down there, get a tenner, quick tenner. You add that £10 to the jet wash that you invested in 5 years ago, washing people's cars for 2 tins of beans. And then there's knowledge about natural herbs and natural medicine and stuff like that. Developing some skills again, but not learning just a little bit about this, a little bit about that, tiny bit about this, tiny bit about that. All right. So a master of no trades, just I know a bit about this and a bit about that, which again, that can be good, but it's not that practical really moving forward. You need to be able to master something that no one else is doing, or very few other people can do or do. And it doesn't take much thinking about, especially moving forward. It doesn't take much thinking about to know what those skills are. So start getting into those skills, make yourself valuable. And you can survive. You can survive that way outside the system. I know it's not going to be that easy. I know it's way more complicated for some people than it is for others, but you'll find a way. You will. We are all very, very solution based, and that I think that's a beautiful fucking human trait and capability. It's amazing. That's why we've become apex, because of our minds. Yeah, we do. We go out and about and we look around, and not just out there, family members, and we do get disappointed, and we're thinking, have we really evolved very much? Really? I think it's just a case that some people are easier to trap than others. I'm looking for unobtainium. Hey, Michael, I don't know. Let me just double check. Okay, now because it's live, I've got no chance to edit. Does unobtainium exist? Oh, it says it doesn't, but it does. Maybe do a if you've got an hour spare and a bit of determination, but it's not quite like that, you know. Fucking Google, you know, and that's everyone's go-to search. I don't know. I'll Google it. Again, I'm doing a game. I'm doing a game man. I'm as straight as they come. You're just better off just shutting your mouth. Oh my God. Where are we? I'm 64. Good luck with that. Hey, Lily, no problem. I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry, Lily. I need to rein myself in. I really fucking do. I really do. Oh my God. Just this kind of low level, dirty side of me that's just coming out. And I'm not even a perv. And I know a perv with a conscience would say that, but I genuinely am not. I'm a very traditional man, old fashioned, you know. I'm not pervy in any way, you know. So I don't know where all this shit comes from. So I do apologize, Lily, for being a dirty bastard there, you know. I mean, that was filthy. That was the spitting in the hand thing, you know, to help you out with the whole process. But then I don't think you would need helping out. Oh God. Oh my God. Oh, we're right. We've caught right up as well. So I've got nothing to sort of distract me away from that. Isn't that the mineral in Avatar, Mike? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah. But when you start looking at, you see, most, if not all films have got a point. You know, they're either trying to manipulate the way you think or the way you see things, or they're there to promote some form of propaganda, or there's lots and lots of reasons. When we watch films now, it's very different to when we watched films 10 years ago, because we're actively looking for the shit. You know, the predictive programming and the subliminal messaging. We're constantly looking out for it. So maybe Avatar was a precursor to pointing out that there is this particular metal or whatever it is, that is just unbelievably rare. It's so rare. It's the rarest thing, and it can do this, this, and this. Have a look into it. Yeah, mate. I've got loads of things I can trade for that, or cash, or metal, whatever your choice, whatever your flavor is, mate. I have a titanium thumb ring. I'm sat here constantly trying to purify myself, pure, you know, get rid of all of the dirty, filthy connotations and innuendos, and get rid of it all. But they won't fuck off. So as soon as I read the start of that comment, I'm thinking, I'm sure you can imagine. So let me read on. I have a titanium thumb ring, and it's stuck thumb. Even the fire brigade gave up trying to get it off my thumb. That's what I'm saying. It is mad shit. And the stuff, so is it still on there, Lily? Is it still stuck on? Because if it's like cutting your blood supply off, it can be cut, but it's just not very simple, especially if you're trying to take a little ring off the finger of a dainty lady, right? With a tool that they use for cutting the top off fucking cars. They're going to find that quite the challenge. Innuendos abound. You're fighting a losing battle tonight long. Mate, it's the best kind of battle ever. Don't worry, I find you funny. Besides, I worked in construction for 40 years. I've heard it all. Oh, thank fuck for that. Yeah, it's still stuck. Oh my God. Oh my God. But that's not good, Lily, because eventually, I mean, if you ended up with a condition where you ended up with a lot of like water retention, which is not unusual, especially for women, right? That could significantly grow your finger that rings on significantly. So it could end up cutting the blood supply off to your finger to the point where if you ended up with a cut on that finger, you could end up with necrosis. And that's not me being over the top. This is the truth. So, Lily, if ever I was to give you any advice tonight, it would be to have it off. Have it off. Not doing me any harm. It's my knuckle that stops it coming off, and every so often I hurt it. Your knuckle. And then I automatically pictured you as a knuckle dragger, like you're, I don't know, 5 foot tall, but your arms are 5'3", and you've just cut you again. My brain is very, very strange, and I've got no control. I have got control over it. I have. But yeah, it's the butt. It's the butt bit. Let's leave it at the butt. The butt. Let's leave it at the butt again. In America, like, you're gonna leave it at the butt. Yeah, I mean you're constipated, man. No. I'll leave it at the butt, as in the word butt. Yeah, that I heard what you fucking said, man. I just don't understand what you're saying. You fucking limey, man. You Englishmen, you very fucking strange. No. We're not all strange, mate. Just me. I'm not doing there's no stopping it, not stopping. No. Yeah, I've struggled there. I think I started to malfunction, I thought, do I need a recharge? I've been looking at archery clubs in my local area. Mate, honestly, go for it, because I need to join an archery club to find out what the fuck is wrong with my recurve bow, because I shouldn't experience bow slap like that often. So something's wrong. And I'm a common sense guy. So I'm a process of elimination type of guy. And I just can't for the life of me figure out what's wrong with it. So joining an archery club, not only are you going to become more dedicated because you're paying for it, you will then become more proficient and you'll understand your equipment. See, even when I say the word equipment, You know, I'm so fucked up, man. But yeah, that's a good, definitely a good, if you can afford it, Dave, go for it. It's a very primitive weapon that promotes focus, some level of upper body fitness, and another element of self-defense from a distance, which is always good. One has an open day mid-June, so going to give it a try. See, I wish I'd just read all of your fucking comment first. I do apologise, man. Able to get my brother out for the day too. That'd be nice. Bit of bonding would be a useful skill to have. Yeah, absolutely, mate. Absolutely. The one thing I've slacked off on the most, out of trying to stay on top of several things, like trying to keep practicing with the punch bag and self-defense moves, which are always harder when you've not got a real person there to do it with. But trying to stay on top of that, trying to stay on top of yoga, like yoga. Where's the fucking self-defense in that? Look into what yoga does. Then think about the fact that you need to your body to be operating at the maximum. And I've kept on top of my crossbow practice, not with this fucking bad boy, not yet. Although I have got 2 holes in my punch bag that I need to put some duct tape on. And my rifle firing, I've got a rifle range of a garden. And I do keep on top of that, right on top of that. You don't get more distance than that for accuracy when you know your rifle, right? But with bows, I've slacked right off. And that's something with proper bows. Proper bow. Some people will get that, some people won't. Once you slack off on that, it can be quite challenging to get back on track with it. Again, I think it's like anything else. You're better off becoming really, really proficient and efficient with one particular weapon, and then just practicing with other stuff. You see, I know people that are amazing with the slingshot. Me, I haven't got the patience. It takes so much. It takes so much practice. There's so much repetition, and I just don't see it as. It's not my thing. Not my cup of tea. But I've seen people that can kill. They could. I reckon they could take someone out with the right size rock. Seriously. Well, how they got to that. But then I think we're all born to be, quite good at that and quite good at that. Not too good at that. Not really interested in that or that. So this is the point, if you can learn to a really good standard, that and that, and he learns that and that, and she learns that and that, as a collective, you're self-sufficient. You're fucking sorted. And that is why division exists, because we're just so powerful as a collective. And on that very, very powerful note, I'm going for a piss. I do apologise. That did take quite some time. It's just the water is very, very cold in that toilet bowl. Wagwan. Especially with the possibility of a crossbow ban. Yeah, again, you know, look, if everyone caved in, just rolled over, right, that would be intense misery for the rest of your long or short life, right? So if they suddenly turn around to say tomorrow and say, right, crossbows are banned and we need an amnesty, right? Fuck you and fuck your mum. That was quite a childish thing to say. Like, fuck your mum. Your mum's fat. Well, that attitude should be, that's us. That should be us. That should be everyone. Everyone. Who the fuck are they to tell you what to do? Who the fuck are they to tell you what you can and can't say? Who the fuck are they to say what you can and can't have? Who the fuck are they? So you never, ever cave in. Never cave in. And lead by example so that hopefully other people will see the strength in you, you know? And they'll be, yeah, fuck them, you know? That's how it works. So whether they bring about an air rifle ban or not is irrelevant to me. Whether they bring about a crossbow ban, you know, to make it illegal, it's irrelevant to me. I'm my own man with my own life. I know the difference between right and wrong. You know, even the little grey areas. I know, I'm fully aware. Most people are. So we don't ever want to be living in a nanny state, and that's what we're living in now. So you've got to push back. You have. And remember, it's not all about you. It's not you. It's about everyone. Especially the people that you love, you know? It's about them. So fuck them, you know? Sounds like a good plan. Hopefully I really could do with some more exercise. Honestly, if you go up the stairs, a good way of testing your level of fitness, right, as an absolute baseline, is go up the stairs at a half decent speed, you know, with purpose, come down the stairs, go back up the stairs. And if you're out of breath from going up, down, or down, up, then you've got a big fucking problem there. You have. You can make your home into a gym. I mean, sit-ups, for example. I wasn't planning on turning this into a fucking fitness video. So if you've not got much upper body, core strength to start off with, you can use your sofa. you can use your sofa, tuck your toes underneath, right? And do that. Do 20 of them 3 times a day. 60 a day. And eventually, you'll be able to do it without being tucked underneath your sofa. You know? There's so much you can do. So much you can do. Even this chair. So you just one hand on one. So you've got your knees in front of you. You've got your palms face down on either edge of the chair. And just do that. 20 times, 3 times a day. You add all of these, there's loads. I could show you loads and loads and loads and loads and loads. There's so many. There's so much you can do. You see now, a lot of people that would be considered to be morbidly obese, right, which is not uncommon in this country. It's not as bad as America, but it's a problem. It's a fucking problem. Now, in a situation where there's, say, a famine, being morbidly obese is going to help you there, because your body will start to work on the fat in your body and utilize that fat, right? But it will leave you extremely vulnerable, because you won't know fuck all about defending yourself, or you won't be able to run very far. And you know, there's so many, and I'm not fat shaming here. I'm just pointing out fucking facts. So if someone said, right, these are the pros to getting fit, and in a SHTF situation, and these are the cons, and then someone said, right, and these are the pros and the cons for being, morbidly obese in a SHTF. There's no fucking comparison. There's none, because the getting fit part hasn't got any fucking cons. None. So not only is it going to give you a better chance in defending your home, defending yourself, getting yourself out of tricky situations in a hurry, just everything. Not only does it do that, getting fit, physically fit, it's a natural antidepressant. So we're moving through some really, really fucked up, strange times where we've got weird shit happening left, right, and center, like boom, 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 on a daily basis. So, and to the vast majority of the country, they're all getting depressed. It's like, oh, turn it off. Turn it off. I feel down already because of this, and we might lose the house, and this and that, and blah, blah, blah. Massive things. They're hitting people bang, 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 relentlessly. So if you can get yourself physically fit, I could get way fitter than I am, but that's beside the point. The point is that what I'm saying is the truth. So you try and get yourself physically fit, and by default, your mind will be fit, because you end up creating loads and loads of endorphins. Natural, it's a natural high, a natural drug. This is why so many people are the term gym freaks, you know, where people go home and it's like, hold on, no, I don't cook me anything. I need to measure me dinner out. I need to measure me whey powder out. Fucking hell, I have that has happened under this roof, but not with me or Sal. But my stepson at one point was very, very, very regimented, and a lot of them are. Gym freaks are. Nothing really. It's almost like it's a form of a healthy but very unhealthy form of escapism, if that makes any sense. So you're making yourself fitter, more proficient, whilst maintaining a calmer mind. And a calmer mind, calmer mind, it helps you to think with more clarity and more rationale, which is very important, you know, making the right decision at the right time. So it's a win-win-win-win-win. It is. And again, you don't need to go over the top. You just need to push yourself. Just push yourself. It's like, whoa, now I'm fucked. I feel fucked. Do one more. Yeah, as we all get older, it's going to be more. It does get more difficult. But once you've got on top of it, it's easy to maintain, just like anything else. And then you might slip, you might slide a little bit from time to time, and do fuck all for 3-4 days, you know, and it can get harder to get back into it again. So you're better off just trying to just do what you can when you can. Your home is a gym. Your home is a gym. You don't need to shell out for fuck all. You don't need to spend a penny on equipment. You know, is there any part of your body that you want to work on? Email me, and I'll find a way in your home for you to do it for free. But you've got to be motivated. You've got to have some fucking motivation about you. Do something about it. Because we're potentially up against a shitload of fighting age men. And yeah, we've got a lot of fighting age indigenous men in this country, but they need good role models. And those good role models have got to look like fucking role models, or to some degree. You know, you see, I'm sure there was some sort of health minister of some country somewhere. I can't remember which one it was now. And this guy was a walking fucking heart attack. Right, let me just go and get my backing. Everything's upside down. But I'm telling you, you're investing in food, you're investing in water, you're investing in kit, but you're not investing in the most important thing of all, which is your body. And the whole yoga thing. You know, if someone turned around to me 10 years, no, actually, I probably would have gone, yeah, I probably would. Yeah. Yoga, you know, people just think of strange, bizarre people that are kind of a little bit out of touch with reality. And if you look into the history of yoga, and again, look, how bizarre is this? I've been obsessed with the symbol of the yin yang most of my life, but never really truly understood what it meant. It's only over the last sort of 6 years, maybe, since that night, maybe, that I truly understood why I've been so obsessed with it. So I just kind of landed into giving yoga a go, but not just yoga, yin yoga. So just bear with me, because this is all of this ties in together. It does. So yin yoga. So that's what I went to. That was what I was going to. Remember when I did a live stream and I was saying that, you know, on the way there, I'm like, why are you doing 20 fucking miles an hour in a 40 zone? And you've got visions in your head of just ramming them off the fucking road because they shouldn't be on the road doing half the fucking speed limit. Fuck them. One of the reasons why road rage exists. Then I go to yin yoga for an hour. I'm just like that. Driving home. So fucking chilled out. My body feels good. My mind feels good. So I thought, right, you know, rather than keep going to these sessions and paying X amount of money for it, why don't I get a highly recommended DVD? And again, it can't, for me, just for me, it can't just be yin. It can't just be yoga. It has to be yin yoga, because I've experienced it. You have longer holds in certain positions. Look into it. I don't want to waffle on too much about all that, right? But then I find out that there's a yang yoga. So the first DVD I bought was quite an expensive one, because it was highly recommended. I bought it. It comes with 2 DVDs. The first DVD was just like an introduction as to what yin yoga is all about. The foundations, its history. Fuck off. I'm not interested. The practical one. Bang. Put that in. Some plinky plonky music on, which is my affectionate term for sort of relaxation music. Plinky plonky, right? Stick some of that on and start pulling off some fucking yoga moves. This was fresh out of the cellophane. Put the disc that I was interested in, wouldn't play. So it wouldn't play on that PlayStation. It wouldn't play on the other PlayStation. It won't play on my external DVD player or my portable DVD player at the caravan. So it was a dud DVD, straight from the off. So I've asked for a refund, blah, 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 blah. But as a result of that, I've started looking into yin and yang yoga as a complete yoga workout. And they exist. And I bought 2 different ones from 2 different sellers. of two different ones. And that's worked out about the same that I paid for one DVD. All I'm saying is, if you can try and find a way of doing things that make you feel good and positive, and maybe investing into ways that are going to make those things affordable. So instead of paying £10 a session for yoga, I shelled out about that for a DVD to do it myself. It just fucked up on me. I was unlucky. But now I've got two DVDs on the way that do yin and yang yoga. I'm still not quite sure what that means. Again, I'm always honest, you know. I've not looked into it, but then I never looked into what the yin yang symbol meant. I was just attached to it for decades. I think the point I'm trying to make is that we're about to step into some very, 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 very challenging times. And we all need to either find or remember excellent coping mechanisms that work for you as an individual. Might not work for him or her, but they work for you. So either remember what they are and what they were, or try and find new ones, because it will help. You see, at that MMA club, I used to feel good for days, physically and mentally, feel good. But I had to kiss that goodbye for loads of reasons, most of them quite complex, with nothing to do with a lack of ability, you know. So I've had to sort of bring something into my own garden so that I can continue with that to some degree. And so that made me feel really, really, really good, because I was quite good at it, you know, for my age as well, you know. Again, age, people need to stop looking at, well, this is normal, you know. Nothing's normal anymore. And there are 60, 70-year-old men and women out there that are fitter than a lot of teenagers now. You couldn't make this shit up. So I knew that I was benefiting massively from yin yoga. So I bought a DVD. It didn't work. But that led me on to yin and yang yoga. So I'm just saying, it's a very ancient exercise. It's very, very, very good for you, you know. And ladies, it might help you with your pelvic floor muscles, you know. So it's not like throwing a toothpick into a volcano. Oh, I do apologize. I'm so sorry. You know, I do apologise if you're a bit slack. I sounded like a fucking baby elephant. Oh, I fell well behind here. Right, let me just catch up. I was learning longsword. You bigging yourself up there, Dave? Bigging yourself up like Tripod Terry? Come on, man. We all know. But this permanent fracture in my eye now, I feel bad. Put the mockers on that a bit. But if archery helps me get fitter, I can hopefully get back into the longsword. Mate, honestly, give it all. Any martial art or anything that's defense. I will intentionally use the word defense more than offense. But you can read between the lines. But anything that's going to help you, any of those skills. So having a skill that's going to help you survive physically and become less and less of a maybe a target, on top of building up skills that's going to make you more and more valuable to your community, especially your street. HEMA covers all areas of martial arts, but for some reason Eastern martial arts are a lot more popular than historical European martial arts. European martial arts have a lot more toys though. Yeah, you see, I think that could be one of the problems when you go to a I don't know what that would be. It wouldn't be called a dojo, would it? I don't know what that would be called. But the more fucking toys you introduce, it's like, right, okay, you need to buy. What do you want to buy? Some of these katanas? Do you want to buy a samurai wooden? You know, for training. How much is it? Only 75,000 million gazillion. So I'm all about simplicity, you know, and the more tools you've got, the less simple it is. Let me get a lighter. Fucking hell. So, like, self-defense against someone that's got a knife, self-defense against someone that's got a baseball bat or a tire iron or something like that. This is really easy stuff, but with repetition. Again, I know that I've said that I'll do a video, and I will. It's getting around to doing it, you know, and I'm not just making excuses. If I was, I'd tell you, I would. It's just I've got a load of shit in the garden that I need to move out the way and find the right moment, you know, and just very basic self-defense. But then I don't really have anyone around to practice this stuff on, so it's me trying to show you self-defense. I'm going to need to improvise, because it'll be self-defense against a punch bag that's got no fucking arms or legs. But I will do one. I did promise, and I do keep my promises. I will. But yeah, getting fit and learning to defend yourself is. Think about it. It's a no-brainer, an absolute no-brainer, and especially if you've got no fear. But then maintain that balance. Don't turn into a cunt. You know, right? I've learned how to punch pretty well. I've learned how to kick pretty well. I've learned how to block pretty well. I'm gonna go around like I'm something, you know. Always stay humble, no matter what. It's a beautiful trait. But yeah, Dave, those toys can start getting expensive. Have you tried comfrey for your fracture? And what's that other oil? There's an oil as well that's very deep penetrating. God. See, I can't fucking help myself. It'll come to me in a minute. Need more study on it. It's possibly liver damage or is worrying. The worst bit about my foot isn't the actual fracture, but a splinter of bone that came off. It's right up against the nerve. What? Surely they couldn't. Wouldn't that be very, very simple surgery to remove that from a system that you've paid into all your fucking life? As far as I've looked at it, it's confidence, but it's safe to use once a day for about 2 weeks, then take 2 weeks off, as it's a natural, powerful herb that works. Yeah, I've ended up doing that with my supplements. I've kind of just like taking a day off here, back on them, then taking another day off, and then on it for a full week, and then a day off. But I've definitely benefited from them 100%. And I've also got testimonials from other people as well. So, and don't worry, this isn't me trying to work my way up, saying I've started a supplement business off. And I'd like you all to have a week's supply for free, see how you feel, and you would feel good. But then after that, it's going to be, you know, you're going to have to. It'll be a subscription, and it's £20 a month. Blah 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 blah. I'm never ever going to do that. I wouldn't have enough hours in the day to be able to fucking pull something like that off. That's why when I did that video, it was there to say, give it a go. Michael's at least doing at least one of them, and one of the most important ones, turmeric and black pepper. So I'm not trying to push any of my stuff on you. What I'm trying to do is give you ideas. That's all. Like you give me. That's it. So I'm not trying to flog it. I'm not trying to flog any of my stuff. I won't be able to knock them out fast enough. It takes too much time. But if you ever want to know what each individual supplement is, I'll tell you. Email me. I might have to do a little. I might need to write it, like type it all down, and then just copy and paste it into each email so you'll know what you're looking for. Yeah, I could do with doing that. Makes sense. We'll definitely look into it. 6 years since I broke it, getting online nerves now. Literally. A bone splinter sounds a bit more complicated, but yeah, exactly, man. If it helps the bone, happy. Might be able to talk my consultant into taking the splinter out. Yeah, mate, look. Insist. Insist. This is what I mean. This is what we need. Everyone needs to become more and more and more assertive, because you've all paid into this fucking system. That service, that procedure, you've already paid for 50 times over. They fucking owe it you. So just say, mate, you know, if you've had to tolerate that for all this time, why? You don't need to turn up and go kick the fucking doors out and go, right, sort this fucking shit out now or everyone in here dies. Just be assertive. You know, demand that gets sorted out. It shouldn't be causing you jip. It helped my old mum's fractured kneecap heal in about 4 or 5-ish weeks, and she's 82 years old. Hope she's all right, Michael. Keep me on top of that. He doesn't want to do the full operation on the foot, as a high chance it could end with amputation. What the fuck? You see, that to me, honestly, Dave, rings. You've got to have that, otherwise Granny's going to die. Just another string of bullshit. Because I can't see how a minor operation, which is what it would be to remove that splinter if they know where it is, can turn into necrosis and an amputation. Where's the logic in that? There's none. No logic whatsoever. You've been fobbed off. And even if they turn around and try and give you, thinking that you know fuck all about fuck all, right? Give you the angle, well, it could, the splinter, you see, it could go further into your nerve and you could end up with permanent nerve damage in your foot, which could mean that you could break one of your toes and you wouldn't even know, blah, 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 blah. I've worked with people for nearly 17 years of my life that have been completely numb on certain parts of their body, completely numb, and they still live a completely okay life. No amputations required. You're being mugged off, mate. Don't tolerate it. Amputation, fucking hell. Good grief. You see, I've still got it in one leg, but I just don't really notice it, you know. In fact, I think they might have made, as clever as they think they are, I think they might have got that wrong with my left leg. But with my right leg, I had something called compartment syndrome. Look it up. And it became quite problematic. But with compartment syndrome, with extreme cases, mine wasn't an extreme case. It was sort of like, this is the low end of compartment syndrome, where people just don't even really notice it. Not really. to that, which is where I'm sorry to tell you, Terry, but we're gonna need to, you're gonna need to lose your leg. So, you know, removing a limb can be a very real thing with compartment syndrome, but I was somewhere in the middle. So it was able to be repaired with surgery. I don't think you've got to pick that up on camera. Let's have a look. It was a very, very long time ago. I don't think it's light enough. From there to there. So what they did was they cut through the skin, then they cut through the membrane that surrounds your muscle. That was the problem. And again, that's perfect for yoga because that's what yoga does. It works on your muscles, but the muscles that need to, but the membrane around your muscles that need to be stretched to give your muscles more, it just loosens you up, you know? Anyway. Hopefully it will help my heel. Pop over to mine, Dave. I've got a stand. I reckon our Michael, right? Our Mike is a reincarnation of an old Spanish galleon surgeon. You know, like just a splinter. Like, now we're gonna fucking hacksaw that off. Oh, I've got something in my eye. Yeah, let's fucking gouge that out. Here's a patch. You look really cool now. I love you, Michael. Where are we? And thanks for putting my email up there. If you ever want to know anything, look, I don't know everything. You know, I would love to. I would. I think it would be too overwhelming. I think my head would explode. But I'm just on a constant quest for the truth. But yeah, if just know that you're not alone. You've never been alone. As lonely as it feels for us, for a lot of us sometimes, by not being able to relate to most people, that I will email you back. You know, don't ever feel alone because you're not alone. You're not. You never ever were. It just felt like it. What you were. It felt like it was like that. You know, it did. Removing the splinter of bone would only be a fairly minor. What worried him is having to put pins in the heel to close the fracture. Right, okay. At the time, I was a heavy smoker, which caused poor circulation. Right, yeah, fair enough. Yeah. That, you know, things, yeah. There's bound to be a reason. I just failed to say why. And just instead of just going straight to the fucking go-to of slagging the entire fucking system off, because it's so trashed, It's so damaged. It's so fucked up. And then them, you know, just prioritizing the cockroaches over the indigenous people of these nations that have paid into the system all their life, you know. So it's all extremely fucked up, and it's almost like an illness. But we're organic, you know. We are the stitches or the plasters or the antibiotics that is required to try and put this shit straight. But it's just not going to be easy. My extremities, which with age, again, I'm just picturing you with your bollocks banging off your ankles. I'm so sorry, Dave. But I wouldn't swap my brain for anyone else's, you know. High chance of poor healing. Yeah, but there's lots and lots of things you can do to aid healing. Loads. I can throw loads at you. Loads. So the healing part, you don't need to worry about that. It's about just removing that splinter of bone away from a nerve. That's it. The healing part, mate, I've got so much fucking information I can throw you at. And it's, you know, very little of it has got anything to do with big pharma. Very. And again, this is where I'm trying to aim for, to get out of all of that, find a natural way for everything. It's going to take some adapting, but I'm already on that path of adapting because I'm practicing what I'm preaching, whilst trying to research more and more and more stuff every day. I know that omega fatty acids are very, very, very important for our bodies, but I don't. And the best one, probably the best source of that is oily fish. But just the thought of eating any of that just makes me want to vomit, and not just like a little bit of a drip, fucking projectile, 20 meters. So I've started growing a plant that can at least meet some of those needs, and it's one of the few plants that can do that. Is it purslane? I say all that, build it up to the truth and the pure power of this plant, and I can't even remember what it's called. But if anyone wants to know, if I've not, because I have mentioned it in previous videos, if anyone wants to know, put it in the comments, and I know where to find it if you're interested enough. And I have got some of that growing now from seed. A very important plant. I'm not easily fobbed off, lol. I'm sure you're not, Dave. I've got that vibe off you, brother. I know where you were coming from, mate. No worries. Good. But with a bit of luck, I might get somewhere with the comfrey. It's shit having a damaged thyroid, especially when it is my immune system. That's fucked it. Have you bought the green pharmacy and looked into that, Dave? Yeah, chopping Davo's foot off was the worst thing is, Michael, I've got an animated fucking image in my head of you doing that, and I don't even know what Dave looks like. I don't know what it looks like, but I'm picturing you doing it. You know, just fucking chill out, man. It's got to be done. I'm saving your life. Mad world. See outside outside of a barber's, a traditional barbers, European barbers, not a Turkish, you know. It's red and white, like a red and white thing that goes round and round and around, and that's bandages and blood, because a barber, the same guy that used to give you a shave or give you a haircut, was the same guy that would stitch you up so you didn't fucking die. He was a surgeon. A barber and a surgeon was the same thing. Life experience. I know that I can accurately detect that I burnt exactly 3 nasal hair, Dan. Repetition. Yeah, you laugh away at Michael's comment there. You know, you don't realise that now he knows where you live, and you don't know what he's like. You know, he thinks you've got a genuine problem now that needs to be fixed the hard way. You've got, Dave, you've got about, I don't know, 48 hours tops, and that's me being conservative, to move out of your house, find somewhere else to live, another identity. Because Michael's coming to fucking sort you out, and he thinks he's doing the right thing. You haven't met him. I have. Just going for a top up. No offense, Michael, because you know where I live now. I'm fucking ready for you, you little cunts. I do apologise, guys. I need to just go first. That just get everything out of the way in one go. Efficiency is the proper way. You see, I know I've said this before, but I love having a wee. It's especially when you really need one. But ladies are very different. They would prefer just going to the ladies, you know. Again, men are from Mars, women are from Venus. So blokes like, you know, whatever. A woman would never, ever really, not really, turn around and go, right, I need a shit. They just don't say that, you know. Anyway, I don't know where that came from. Oh, has Dave gone to bed? I was thinking of Davo and Stevo out of a bunch of American nutters that just used to do mad, crazy shit. And again, that I think that's another issue that we've got with today's, not all of them, but today's young generation. You know, in their teens and early 20s. It's all about technology and trying to pull something off that's going to be, you know, the more views, the better. The more subscribers, the better. The more likes, the better. You know, and that's artificial life. It's not good. Again, you know, that leads us back to us being probably the most important generation in God knows how long. Because we've not really, or a lot of us haven't really unplugged ourselves from being natural, you know, being part of nature, being semi-feral before all of this came along. Fucking Zoom calls and post COVID. That event, COVID, it's just done so much damage. You know, human to human interactions. This can't beat that. It could never ever beat that, ever. Because you pick up on so much when you're in the presence of a person, of a man or a woman. You pick up on loads of things that you don't even realise you're picking up on. And that's where they're aiming to go back to, is working from home, remote working. And that's not good, because I mean, all of the jobs that can be done manually are going to be replaced by automation. But there are going to be so many other jobs out there that can be done remotely. So that's just another very, very severe element of division. Do you know, if I had £1 for every time I said, do you know what? I don't know why I decant from this and spill it on the floor in the process into this, so I can drink this on the camera. I just think adds just something a bit different. But in hindsight, it's just pointless. So it's just more and more division. They've had a test run at it and it worked. It worked so well that there are so many companies out there that are still doing it. It's preferable. They see it as more practical and cost efficient. Whereas, and I know I've said this before, but 90% of communication is non-verbal. You have to be in the presence of the person. So that's 90% of communication. 90%. That's so fucking significant. Loads and loads and loads of little signals, you know, little twitches, little movements, little expressions, little looking away at a certain time, looking back, things that your brain is processing from that person, that man or that woman, that you don't even realize you're doing it. You've got no idea that you're doing that. None. It's completely organic. 90% of communication. How fucking important is that? So remote working is drastic. It's bad. It's bad. It can never be good. And again, and that applies to just ordinary life. You know, and I've said this before as well, where you've got mum downstairs plating up dinner, texting her son and daughter who are in their own bedrooms, texting their friends, come down for dinner, it's ready. And then they all come down and converge, if they're lucky, around the same table and eat at the same time. All of them swiping and texting. So even then, when they're in the presence of each other's family member, they might be in the presence of each other, but because they're not looking at each other and speaking to each other, that 90% is almost irrelevant. And again, this is why you've got like 15 different fucking TV screens in the average size pub to distract you away from conversation. Some of the most powerful and incredible plots towards freedom have been hatched in dark corners of caverns and people's homes. So now we've got shitloads of cameras and distractions all around the pubs, the taverns. And in the home, we've got Siri and Alexa and all this shit, and your phones and your laptops and your Amazon TV remote controls, all listening devices, all of them. And people wonder why we've got literally double-digit square miles of land being set aside for data centers because there is so much fucking data, to the point where they know more about you than you think you know about yourself. All those micro things that we don't really pay much attention to, that we don't really think about because they're automatic, they're natural, they're organic. We don't really think about them. We don't second guess them because it's just normal. It's normal. It's impulsive and compulsive and everything in between. But they're gathering all that data up that you're not paying attention to about you, to the point where they know you better than you can describe yourself. Now, I can't think of anything more intrusive other than an alien anal probe than that. And the worst thing is that we're allowing it. It's like, yeah, right, okay, you want this. And fair enough, we're going to give it you. But these are our terms and conditions. Reading through 9 hours. Actually, those bits sound well dodgy. So I'll give it a miss. Thank you. No. It's like, fuck me. Well, I'm sure it's not that bad. Accept. Sending you further and further and further into the thing that you want to escape from. Ain't life mad? Oi. Dave and Jordan, would you be prepared to travel up to the Peak District and come for a camp? Imagine if you said I'm going for a piss and your mate says I'll come with you, as the lady. Yeah, that's a great example, right? But I've got a mate, and he's a good man. He's a good man. And you know, when you think about a horse doesn't realize just how much fucking power it's got if it could harness it and think in a certain way. This guy's got so much power, but he has no idea. I've known him for about 30 years. But he could never, ever build up a tolerance for alcohol. Never. It years and years and years went by and nothing changed. He was and I don't, I don't know. He doesn't. I'm not sure if he knows that I've got this channel, if I'm honest, or whether I might have mentioned it one night. I don't know. But either way, he never had a tolerance for alcohol. So back in the days when we used to go clubbing a lot, you know, but I was always babysitting him. He had no idea. I don't think he still does, because I've never told him. But I was always following him to the toilets because he was bumping into people's drinks and knocking people's drinks and, you know, upsetting a few people. He didn't realise that I was in his wake, trying to fix that all the way to the toilet and all the way back again, without him even knowing. You know, so I think about the thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds that I've spent on trying to have a good night out, whilst just trying to look out for people. But most nights weren't like that. You know, they turned out all right. I need to try and find some context as to why I said all that fucking shit, man. Yeah, just him going for a piss and me, it just jumped in my head. Him going for a piss and me following him and just being on guard all the fucking time. You know, oh man. But he's still in my life. And I think the main reasons for that is because he's a good bloke and he's fairly switched on, and he'd take a bullet for me. He's a genuine guy. So most of us have lost a lot of friends through this event, and we will have, you know, analysed the shit out of each loss of each friend and family member, and come to some conclusion or another. Yeah. Spot on, Mike. But I would rather have ten challenging. Now, I wouldn't. Do you know what? I was going to use the word chink in my armor, or maybe a weakness. Nah. I like to know who I've got around me, and know that they would take a bullet for me, and that I would take a bullet for them, and know it. I'd rather have one man in my world like that than have 50 that maybe, you know? And he would. So again, it's about looking at, we look at our friends, we look at our family members, we look at how weak they were, how weak they weren't. We're weighing stuff up all the time, you know, but when you truly balance it all out, properly balance it all out, knowing exactly who you stand, who knowing where, I think it all boils down to authenticity. It's as simple as that. Are they authentic or are they not? And then trying to work out on, yeah, they are quite authentic, which isn't authentic. But then trying to work out how much tolerance you've got for their slight slide on their authenticity. You see, fucking hell, you know, being human is a fucking challenge. It would be brilliant to meet up with Jordan and Davo and welcome. Yeah, it would. Or anyone that we're familiar with, you know, that's been in for a while. And I think we'd suss out we'd suss out some dodgy fuckers and they'd be ejected very quickly, you know. But got good vibes about those two men, you know, and they're proper, you know. And I've met you, Michael. I've had the pleasure of meeting you, and you're proper. And so we're the other two good men that we went wild camping with. You go wild camping with men, it's very intimate for it. Yeah, intimate. Yeah, I was thinking, oh no, that's not the right word, because then people are going to be thinking some sort of like chain reaction thing where you've got all these men. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Intimate in a really kind of primitive, how it would have been thousands of years ago, away from any houses, nothing. You know, if you got into trouble, it would have been a bit of a struggle, you know. So far enough from people and everything else. That's wild camping. So you don't get more intimate than that because you are around. You've got no distractions. You've got no phone signal. Nothing. It's just you, nature, and other men, and that's how it should be. Not all these fucking 15 screens in one pub, you know, and distraction everywhere. We need to be coming together as communities and starting to bond again. Even if it starts off as 2 people, then 4, then 6, you know? Two friends would take a bullet for each other, no question about it. They wouldn't even need to ask. I know. That's what I mean. But it's the knowing that. And again, technology has taken over so much that we're not reading that from each other unless we're in the presence of each other. We miss out on so much. It's unreal. Technology has done so much damage. You know, even again, this might come across as a bit random, but just one little thing, you know, in England, which is the country I care about the most, is seeing advert after advert of white English women with black men. That's not common. It's not common, but it's in every fucking advert. And it's all designed to try and degrade and degrade and degrade white potential good role models for anyone watching the advert, thinking and then thinking that this is normal, because this is part of the Kalergi plan is to remove all of the individual unique cultures from every single country and just turn each one into like a blob, a fucking blob, where there's no real unique, beautiful identity about that country anymore. It's a fucking blob. You know, God bless you, Mike. I think he's just trying to keep me alive and going here, brother. But yeah, there's lots going on behind my eyes, you know. We will be eradicated in our own country if we let them. Exactly. But again, remember, there are loads and loads of people waking up. I'm 100% sure of that. I'm not going to say 1,000% or 101%. 100%. But they need more jolts than we've had. Big jolts. And I think those big jolts aren't very far away, you know. So it reverts back to the whole tough times create tough people. And I don't wish horrible shit on all right people or good people. I don't think anyone should. And that's been a challenge because there's been a lot of people out there that are part of the main, in fact, almost the reason why we're in this fucking mess in the first place, because of their fucking ignorance and apathy. But we need to, I think, when I say I don't wish bad shit on people, I think what's coming to the people that have become awake and aware, that have then decided to become complete fucking cowards and buried their fucking heads in the sand, get that second wave of fucking intensity over and over and over and over again as a punishment for cowardice, right? But as a potential tool to see what they're fucking made of. This world does not need any more snowflakes. So yeah, there are a lot of very ignorant and cowardice people that have suddenly come around and started to realize what's happening to some degree or another. And you know, some of them are doing nothing about it. Some of them are sort of hopefully joining the ranks with us and speaking out about it, come hell or high water. And then there are people that are just becoming just becoming ignorant of it. I don't want to know. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much. Weak people. Weak. That's weak. Be like the bison. One, I think. Do you know what? I think I've given quite a few silver linings to COVID-19, which changed the world forever, more than anything that is in living memory. And there are loads of silver linings, loads. And I don't think you should look at those silver linings as a coping mechanism. I think you should look at them as a fucking reality and then question it and go a bit deeper in on it, just to validate it even more, that these are genuine silver linings that are powerful. And I don't know if I've mentioned this again. I don't know what I say and I don't know what I don't say over 3-4 hours every Friday, you know. But situations like this, things like this, separate the wheat from the chaff. You know, it becomes more and more easy for us all to see where the strength is and where the weaknesses are, and then try and formulate that into some sort of fucking plan. But we do have a lot of chinks in our armor at the moment, but there shouldn't be any chinks in your armor. There's a difference. We will be eradicated. I hope the worms will turn when they're cornered. Again, I'm reading like a fucking 5-year-old. I think this is why I don't read books. I do think maybe I'm dyslexic to the point where it's so severe that I can't even pronounce it. I do struggle with reading. I do. I always have, you know. Peter and Jane, you know, bring it. I can read that book in an afternoon. Oh dear. I hope that the worms will turn when they're cornered and it comes to it. We need numbers and ex-servicemen on our side. I totally agree with that, Michael, because they've got training within methods of war, you know. So, but then we haven't got that many. There's not that many serving soldiers, Navy men and women, Air Force women and men. I did that deliberately. That have actually seen any action now. And because the way that society has been engineered, it's it's been done in a way to create mindless fucking drones and pussies. So a lot of the people that fought in Iraq and Afghanistan have either left because of severe PTSD or because they've injured, or the thought that is definitely not worth the pay, something like that. So what you're left with is, and this is not to insult all of our armed forces, because you're not all, I know for a fact you're not all pussies. I know that for a fact. But you will also agree is that you've got an infestation of pussies that make you weak, because you need to know for a fact, 100% certainty in your soul, that the man to your left and the man to your right will take a fucking bullet for you. And I don't think that that is as prevalent in our armed forces as it was. But yeah, so went right round the fucking houses again. So we will now have people that saw the light, woke up. Again, there's a great awakening. So people that woke up in the armed forces that have got training in all of these very, very important areas, that still give a fuck about their people, because they're very special soldiers. British soldiers are very, very special, very unique. So they'll have the training. And the ones that haven't got PTSD, but even the ones that have, are still going to be very, very useful moving forward. But as for the current serving population of our armed forces, it's a fucking sad, sorry state overall, because it's a different breed. The same as the police force, completely different, almost a different species. You see, I've always hated the police. I've always fucking hated them. You know, I think from day dot, I'm sure my mum said my first sentence was, "I fucking hate the pigs." I think I've always known what they've always been about, right? So that's always obviously kind of left me in a place of disdain and hatred for them from day dot. But I do believe that there were several generations of policemen that got into the job because they genuinely gave a fuck about their community, and they were on foot, and they were usually, a lot of them, ex-servicemen, you know, and very disciplined. They had to meet a certain height, no tattoos visible, a certain fitness level, which was quite stringent, blah, 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 blah. That has all gone. All gone. Again, this is one of the reasons why I can't go up to the Best Western, of which I was sort of, in a weird, very weird sort of way, with Annie, a founder of. Now it's a permanent thing. but I can't go because I know that Annie on one of the times I didn't go, got ragdolled by a pig who looked like a literal pig, and there was no need for it. I've got so much rage inside of me bubbling away. But I've got enough self-control to be able to keep it simmering. If I saw someone that I thought a lot of getting ragdolled by anyone, whether they've got a uniform on or not, for no reason, I'm going to get stuck in. And you should too. She travelled all the way out to rescue me. And she was just like a random subscriber to the channel. That's what I'm saying. It's not about subscribers. It's so much more than that. So the car got wrote off in floodwater and she drove out because everyone I knew was pissed because it was New Year's Day. They were either pissed or hungover. She doesn't drink. So if I'd have seen that, I would have responded like it was any other man doing that to her. So this is why I can't go on marches now. Because that rage is getting, it's more than a simmer. But, I've never, ever gone daft on someone that's ever in my life, other than someone that's had it coming. Pepper and others did say that they have made plans and are waiting for the call. An unofficial home guard sounds very interesting and welcome. Oh my God. Do you know what? I never thought of that, Michael. I've always said that it's got to be organic. It has to be. There's no other way. So these fucking Tommy tards on these Tommy marches, they unite the fucking kingdom. Bullshit, right? I have like pros and cons of that because it's going to be bringing people together that are going to be saying, "Did you know about that? Did you know about this? No, but did you know about this?" And there's going to be a lot of people there that'll be able to start conversing with each other. And there are pros and cons, but most of it's a con because they're following a cunt. Right. So there are people like me and people like Michael. Again, like sat in the background, waiting for the right moment, whilst we know that all of the data from this live stream is being recorded. So we're not actually being discreet in any way. But then having said that, if you start being too discreet, you're not going to push that message out, that reality out, by saying nothing or watching what you're saying, like so many channels do. It's important that we keep communicating and interacting with people personally, face to face, you know, chatting with people, trying to spark off conversations about everything. See, this is kind of changed. Again, it's natural, you know, it's changed and warped and moved and maneuvered. So I've got leaks coming from the outside of it that didn't exist before, that have closed up and created leaks in other parts of the glass, well, not the glass, the goblet, which is incredible, really. Does your glass do that? But then glass is still natural, you know? So yeah, you know, I do think that it does make sense to me that they are on the run a little bit, right? Nothing's gone quite according to schedule. But this doesn't mean that anyone should let down their guard. Because they've had a bottomless pit of finance to be able to arm themselves with all manner of shit, both physical and psychological weapons. And for all intents and purposes, it's done a very fucking good job. Very good job. Exceptional. In fact, bra fucking vo. But as long as we're aware of, you know, potential far out situations, then it's not going to impact you as much psychologically. And that's what matters. Staying mentally healthy all the way through this is extremely important. Again, you know, gut health, slight shoot of conversation there, but gut health. If you look into the relationship between your gut biome, which gets destroyed every fucking time you do this shit, you destroy it, you fuck it up. You don't destroy it, but you fuck it up. Because, like, germs on your hand, COVID, you got COVID, put some of this gel on your hands, and that's it. All of the bacteria that's on your hands that's helped you to build up the incredible immune system that you should have is getting decimated. So I know I sound hypocritical by saying, please focus on your gut health. Because the association and the relationship that has with the neurons, the 500 million neurons around your gut are communicating with that bacteria. Please go down that rabbit hole. You'll look at yourself from a completely different perspective. This is all true. scientific fact. So every time you drink this, you're fucking up that biome, which makes it more difficult for you to have a proper, full-on, honed-in gut feeling, for example. And that's where your fight, flight, freeze comes from. So how are you going to be able to respond to all the shit that's coming our way? I know, hypocrite, I know. All the shit that's coming our way. If you're not in tune with your gut and knowing what to do, using your instincts. So blowing loads of smoke out from a fag and then saying, so go and get fit. I know how I look, I know how I sound, and I know that I've also said that I don't like fucking hypocrites. I get that. I get it. But I keep fitter than most men. Not too much. I do need to do more. I do. Then I go on about a healthy gut biome and how that interacts with the 500 million neurons you've got around your gut. That communication, it's intelligence. Yet I'm resetting and resetting and resetting every weekend, more or less. You know? So, Michael, is Lee from 11.11, has he commented? Because I missed that. Yeah, look, we're going to bring this down to a nice, mellow close. I think leaving things on a positive will always be down to interpretation. And I think that questioning yourself is good. You should never look around at other people to give you a sense of validation. Ever. The only man or woman that should ever validate you is you. Ever. The world's worst critic can only be you. It does help when you've got, family members or friends that you still connect with. If they, if you kind of respect their opinions on stuff historically, then it's nice to hear a little bit or get a bit of a nudge from somewhere or someone else. But you'll know whether or not that nudge is going to benefit you. And that benefit should never always be all about you. Oh man, I don't know if I've left this on a positive or not. I think if anything else, I think at least it's been marginally thought-provoking. We just know this, that times are, we're on a very, very chaotic trajectory. And even the strongest prepper out there is not going to be able to be unscathed by what's coming. And again, this is why I don't know why everyone's not doing what we're doing, you know. It's just, but then there's very few of us that have always been preppers. But then I think maybe we have to some degree, in some ways. But regardless, so it just shocks me that there are so many. It's just common sense to provide yourself with food security just in case. It's just normal. It's normal thinking. So the fact that I don't think there are that many people doing that, it never ceases to shock me. And then especially when you've got people that are hinting, most of the people out there that aren't doing it haven't had any hints other than what's blatantly there in the face. But again, it's all about peripheral. Most of you have got a very, very broad peripheral vision. And there's a saying, you don't need eyes to see, you need vision. So your peripheral is like, it's somewhere like that, where most people's are like that. So because of their peripheral, you can't blame them for not acting on what we're acting on, for the reasons we're acting on those reasons. Well, look, just remember the most important man or woman in your life, the most, the most, is it tumultuous? I don't like pulling big words out of the bag if I'm not sure about them. I did a video a few years ago saying that you are the most important thing in your life, not your kids, not your parents, not your missus, not your husband, you. Because if you end up fucked up and screwed up and messed up by all of this, then you are no use to them. None. You become a hindrance and a bigger problem. So focus on you. It's not selfish. It's so full. But you'll never be selfish because you're not selfish. I'm just saying. I wouldn't say that to anyone that was a narcissist because they just take it a bit, they get a bit carried away. So just look after yourselves, look after your minds, you know. I said from day dot, 90 to 95% of prepping is all mental. And it's fucking mental. Have a lovely weekend. And again, you know, it might sound cheesy if I keep saying it, but I mean it. I mean it. Just thanks for spending your time with me. You know, I appreciate it. And I'm going to do a video on beans next. And then a really good video on something else. And then that might be the end of doing any more content on the channel. And then moving over to the Waffling Wizard and doing some preppy stuff on there, but mainly live streams because I don't want to get too many subs. So 2 more videos on this channel, and then whoever wants to come over can come over, and it will drop it significantly, you know. So enjoy your weekend. Enjoy it, you know, even if it's pissing it down. Feel the rain on your face, you know. Make lemonade. Much love. And I mean that. I mean that. And yeah, enjoy your weekend and have a lie-in. Have a lie-in, you know. Take some time out. Break your fucking rules now and then. It's good for you.